Chapter 453. Boom! A ball of fire exploded in the void and instantly enveloped the world. A red flame, divine, beast the size of a small mountain, loomed in the sea of fire. Within a radius of 10 miles, all the dark clouds, evil aura and blood mist quickly dissipated under the burning of the raging flame, divine fire. The terrifying heat seemed to be able to melt everything. Even the void was distorted. The demonic aura soared into the sky, and the fire burned the heaven and earth. Everyone retreated far away. There were few figures of evil beings and evil spirits that flipped into the blazing divine fire. In an instant, they were burned to death by the divine fire. The demonic shadow, which had been seriously injured, was suddenly enveloped by the raging flame, divine fire. Roar! A roar came from the sea of fire, and an endless devil chi surged out of the flames. A demonic shadow broke through the raging flame, divine fire that shrouded the world, and rushed out. However, just as the demonic shadow rushed out of the sea of fire, a huge and ferocious beast had stretched out of the sea of fire. It spat out the raging flame, divine light, and rolled towards the demonic shadow. Without any suspense, the demonic shadow was wrapped up by the raging flame, divine light, and swallowed by the divine beast in the sea of fire. Gu Fei was shocked to see the scene. He had to get to know the fire Qilin again. This fire Qilin was too strong. A great demon at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Imperial Void Realm was really terrifying. Gu Fei admitted that he was definitely no match for the Qilin Demon King. Bang! 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 At this time, heavy footsteps came from afar. The earth seemed to be shaking with the footsteps, as if an ancient giant was striding towards here. Oh no, the big guy has appeared! When the old turtle heard the heavy footsteps, his expression suddenly changed. He seemed to know what kind of existence was approaching here. The raging flame, divine fire that filled the sky retreated like the tide, and all of it was submerged into the huge body of the Qilin Demon King. The crimson scales were covered with flames. Swish! Swoosh! Shaoqing and Qilin Demon King rushed toward Old Tortoise. At this time, Gu Fei saw a shocking scene. Under the blood-colored moonlight, a huge figure like a mountain appeared in the distance. That figure was simply too huge. Its body towered into the clouds, and its head was as large as a mountain. Its eyes shone with a blood-red light, and it spewed demonic chi from its mouth. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble. Gu Fei's jaw dropped. This figure was even larger than the Dharma idols of the true devil and the ancient almighty beings he had seen in the northern reaches. Its huge body gave off a terrifying aura. It was like an ancient mountain moving on the ground. The demonic chi it exhaled formed a terrifying storm. Old Turtle's expression was extremely solemn. He directly opened his inner world and stored Shaoqing and the Qilin Demon King inside. Then he said to Gu Fei, "Come in quickly. Even immortals and gods can't fight against such an existence." "What is that thing?" Gu Fei asked. It was hard to imagine that there was a terrifying evil creature comparable to the ancient almighty beings in this savage, ancient battlefield. "I don't know how these things came into being." Old Turtle said, "However, although these evil creatures are powerful, they don't have much intelligence. They only move based on instinct." Bam! 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 Just as Gu Fei and Old Turtle were talking, the huge figure emitted a terrifying fluctuation. With one step, it covered thousands of feet and was already nearby. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not dare to hesitate any longer. He used the 8 desolate steps and rushed towards the Old Tortoise. That evil being was comparable to an ancient almighty. If he did not enter the Old Tortoise's inner world, there would only be one outcome for him, and that was death. Old Turtle opened his inner world and stored Gu Fei inside. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying giant had already stretched out its right hand and grabbed at Old Turtle. Although the two were separated by 10 to 30 miles, the giant's palm arrived in an instant. The heavens and the earth trembled and cracks appeared in the void. Just a casual palm strike was enough to shatter the void. It was as if a huge mountain had descended from the sky and bombarded the old tortoise. The mighty astral wind swept up countless dry bones, and the blood-colored ground was cracking. Roar! Too strong! Old Turtle felt like he could barely breathe. An endless pressure pressed him down from the sky to the ground. Before the giant palm hit the ground, the blood-colored ground had already begun to sink. An incomparably huge palm print appeared on the ground. Boom! The gigantic palm ferociously smashed into the ground, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. Dust rose high into the sky, and an astral wind swept out. The ground in a 10-kilometer radius cracked, and countless bones were shattered. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. It was incomparably terrifying. Inside Old Turtle's fairyland-like inner world, Old Turtle appeared in the void in a sorry state. His face was covered in dust and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The moment before the terrifying giant's palm hit him, the old tortoise shattered the void and entered his inner world in time. Even so, his body suffered a great impact and was slightly injured. Boom! The entire inner world suddenly shook violently, as if something was bombarding Old Turtle's inner world from the outside. Everyone inside, including Old Turtle, felt inexplicably frightened. How is this possible? Old Turtle muttered to himself with a face full of disbelief. He had already guessed that it was the terrifying giant that shook his inner world. Boom! The entire heaven and earth shook violently. The divine palace in the sky shook violently and almost fell from the sky. Countless boulders rolled down from the spiritual peak. It was as if an unfathomable and terrifying existence was trying to blast Old Turtle's inner world out of the void. Could it be that the giant outside could sense the inner world in the void? The Old Turtle hurriedly isolated the aura of his inner world and released rays of divine light to form mysterious demonic patterns, sealing his inner world in the void. The entire inner world, from the sky to the earth, was vaguely covered with demonic patterns. These demonic patterns completely sealed the aura of his inner world within his inner world, preventing it from leaking out. Sure enough, when Old Turtle sealed his inner world and isolated the aura of his inner world, the attack stopped. Inner worlds were created by powerful cultivators with supreme magical power and magical powers. They could create a world and open up the void, then form a space independent of the big world. Ordinary cultivators, even immortals, would find it difficult to sense the existence of inner worlds. However, some ancient almighties were powerful and had great magical powers. They had unfathomable means and could sense the existence of inner worlds. These ancient almighties could even blast their inner worlds out of the void or directly break the void and enter their opponent's inner world. There is no doubt that the strength of the giant outside was comparable to that of an ancient almighty. It was hard to imagine that there was such a powerful evil creature in the ancient barbaric battlefield. It was no wonder that for thousands of years, many experts had entered the ancient barbaric battlefield, but none of them came back. They couldn't even cause a ripple before disappearing. Gu Fei, Shao Qing, and the Qilin Monster King had long been aware of Old Turtle's existence. After Old Turtle sealed the inner world, they rushed over. "Old Turtle, are you okay?" Gu Fei asked worriedly. The evil creature outside was too powerful. He was very worried about Old Turtle's safety. "I'm fine." Old Turtle wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said calmly, "If I can refine that evil creature outside, my cultivation level can recover at least a little bit." The Old Turtle's eyes shone with a blazing light. 99% of his cultivation level was forcefully eroded by the virtual sky world's unique formation, and he almost lost his life. What he lacked now was not the realm of his cultivation level, but power. As long as his body had enough primordial chi to replenish it, his cultivation level could recover quickly. One should know that the old tortoise was a powerhouse of the demon race back in the day and had an unimaginable background. If he had recovered even half of his cultivation base, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in this world where immortals and gods were extinct. Don't even think about it. Gu Fei said. He didn't think Old Turtle had the ability to refine that evil creature of the ancient almighty level. Even Old Turtle would have to bear a grudge against a big guy of that level. Humph. As long as you can refine the mountain and river cauldron, it's not impossible. Old Turtle looked at Gu Fei with a faint smile and a somewhat strange expression. Refine the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei was shocked and stared at Old Turtle with wide eyes. He hadn't really come into contact with the cauldron's soul all this time. Refining the mountain and river cauldron was easier said than done. Don't look like that, okay? I've prepared a lot of supplements for you to improve your cultivation level. The higher your cultivation level, the easier it will be to refine the mountain and river cauldron. Old Turtle opened his mouth and spat out a white jade cauldron. That white jade cauldron was shrouded in celestial energy and emitted a hazy glow. It was extremely extraordinary. It was refined from a piece of divine jade, and on the cauldron there were natural demonic runes. Those demonic runes seemed to be naturally formed. The white jade cauldron was only the size of a fist. Old Turtle took it and opened the lid. As the lid was opened, a boom was heard and figures rushed out of the cauldron. After those figures rushed out of the jade cauldron, they appeared in the void. Every single one of them gave off extremely powerful soul power undulations. Gu Fei and the others were shocked. This small white jade cauldron actually contained 7 evil spirits and evil creatures that were comparable to demigods. This made him feel a strong sense of oppression. Gu Fei recognized that amongst the 7 evil spirits and evil beings, the evil spirit that emitted a pure and holy aura that was vast like an ocean was precisely the evil spirit that caused him to fall into a life and death situation. Gu Fei noticed that there were demonic marks vaguely visible on every soul shadow. The 7 evil spirits and evil beings comparable to demigods were all sealed by the Old Turtle's demonic marks and floated in the air. Chapter 454. The Old Tortoise, whose cultivation had been restored to the demon god realm, was extremely powerful. He took advantage of the full moon night in the savage, ancient battlefield, when all the evil spirits and evil beings were out, and subdued 7 evil spirits and evil beings. Every evil being and evil spirit exuded a terrifying soul fluctuation. Some were as holy as immortals, and some were faint and illusory figures that seemed to be surrounded by immortal chi. Some were surging with demonic chi, and there were thousands of shadows of demons that appeared. There were also skeletons that were covered in white bones that were shining with crystal clear light, and terrifying evil corpses that were clad in ancient battle armor, and the blood on the armor had turned dark brown. The 7 evil spirits and evil beings exuded an energy fluctuation that was as vast as the sea and as heavy as a mountain. They were definitely terrifying existences of the demigod realm. When Gu Fei saw this scene and sensed the mighty energy fluctuation in front of him, he could not help but be secretly shocked. If he encountered any one of these 7 evil beings and evil spirits, he would definitely not be a match for them. The existence of the demigod realm was still very far away from him. A peerless expert of the first heaven of the royal void realm would not even have the power to fight back when facing a demigod. The demigod realm could be said to be the earth immortals of the Tongue-Long continent. They possessed unfathomable power and were terrifying experts that had truly stepped onto the road of immortality. Brat, I will leave 3 of the 7 evil beings and evil spirits for you. According to my estimation, after completely refining the soul power of the 3 evil beings and evil beings, your cultivation should be able to be promoted to the 3rd heaven of the royal void realm. The Old Tortoise said to Gu Fei. Hearing this, Gu Fei's face revealed a contemplative and hesitant expression. He also frowned as he weighed the pros and cons. One should know that the old tortoise used this method to improve his cultivation and strength. In fact, it was a matter of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It seemed to have a great attraction. Everyone wanted to obtain great power without going through arduous cultivation. However, this wasn't necessarily a good thing for cultivators. If one didn't go through all kinds of hardships to cultivate their strength, they might be able to obtain an incomparably powerful strength in a short period of time, which would be very beneficial to them. However, the external power would shackle the development of their own strength, making it very difficult for them to make further breakthroughs on the path of cultivation, causing them to lose the qualifications to aspire to the top of the omnipotent realm. You don't need to worry. I can already tell that your cultivation level has long since surpassed your actual strength. Increasing your power won't cause you any harm. The turtle seemed to have figured out what Gu Fei was worried about. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei's tightly furrowed brows immediately relaxed. His comprehension of the great path imprint had already caused a change in his state of mind. Just as the old tortoise had said, his realm had long surpassed the current cultivation of the first level of the void controlling realm. He was currently facing such a problem. As he continued to comprehend the great Tao brand, his state of mind was improving. Moreover, the speed of improvement had already surpassed the speed of improvement of his cultivation and strength. This made Gu Fei feel that he had the will, but the strength was insufficient. To solve this problem, the solution was actually very simple. That was to break through the current shackles of cultivation. To break through the shackles of cultivation, one needed to accumulate power. After accumulating enough power, one would then attack the hidden latch in the body. When one broke through the hidden latch, it was time to open another treasure in the body. The human body was like a treasure containing all kinds of unpredictable power. To release all kinds of power, the only way was to cultivate, especially the cultivation of martial arts. All right, that's it. Do you think I'll harm you? The old tortoise saw that although Gu Fei's face was no longer tense, he still looked like he was deep in thought. He couldn't help but feel a little displeased. Gu Fei nodded helplessly. He really didn't want to use this method to improve his strength, but he had to admit that the old tortoise's method was actually the most effective and fastest way to improve his cultivation and strength. Brat, don't be so reluctant. Back in the day, even if others came to me with treasures and asked me to help them improve their strength, I couldn't be bothered with them. The old tortoise raised its head and said arrogantly with its nostrils almost facing the sky, I know. You don't have to show off your glorious past all the time. Gu Fei smiled bitterly. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. It seemed like the old tortoise wasn't a real man back then. Let's begin then. The old tortoise blushed and said. He didn't let Gu Fei say anything else. He waved his hand and pulled over an evil spirit that exuded an infinite sacred aura. He then directly smashed the evil spirit's body and injected its vast soul power directly into Gu Fei's body. In front of the old tortoise, even demigod-level evil spirits and demonic beings couldn't resist at all. You old tortoise! Gu Fei was taken aback and shouted. However, at that moment, his body trembled violently as the soul power penetrated his body. He felt as if a life had entered his body. Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. How could this be? Could it be that these evil spirits and demonic beings had been reborn from the dead and had derived life? What Gu Fei didn't know was that these evil spirits and demonic beings were all formed from the broken remnant souls of the savage, ancient battlefield and possessed extremely powerful soul power. The soul power was life and the origin of life. The spirit was the life mark of a living being and the most fundamental thing of a living being. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with the soul power entering his body. However, when the old tortoise injected all the soul power from the demigod-level evil spirit into Gu Fei's body, Gu Fei's expression changed drastically. His body trembled violently as beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. His face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. It felt like countless earthworms were moving under his skin. The life that had entered his body seemed to be unwilling to enter Gu Fei's body. It struggled violently in an attempt to break free from Gu Fei's body. As a result, Gu Fei was the one who suffered the most. A powerful soul force surged within his body, causing his meridians to shatter, followed by his organs and flesh to rupture. In just a few breaths' time, Gu Fei's body was on the verge of collapsing. The endless pain that came from his body almost drove him insane. His mind was on the verge of collapsing. His flesh began to crack and blood began to seep out. Gu Fei's appearance was extremely terrifying and ferocious. Gu Fei! Shaoqing couldn't help but cry out when he saw Gu Fei in extreme pain. He hurriedly said to the old tortoise, "Master, if you don't do something, Gu Fei's body will explode from the soul power." The three-clawed serpent Shaoqing had spent some time with Gu Fei when it was still a Shaoqing serpent. When it saw that Gu Fei was in a desperate situation, it couldn't help but feel anxious. Shaoqing had already become the disciple of the old tortoise. Only the fire Qilin, with its pair of flaming eyes, looked back and forth at the 6 evil spirits and evil beings imprisoned in the void. It didn't even look at Gu Fei. "Hee, brat, your body doesn't seem to be that strong." The old tortoise laughed and waved its hand, producing demon runes that branded on Gu Fei's body. The violent soul power in Gu Fei's body was immediately suppressed. Gu Fei's body, which was on the verge of collapsing, no longer cracked. "Roar!" Gu Fei roared at the sky. Blood oozed out of his 7 orifices, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked extremely terrifying and ferocious. At the same time, a powerful wave of Yuan Qi surged from Gu Fei's body. A 5-colored aura emerged from his body. He fully mobilized the 5 elements Yuan Qi in his body, trying to refine the extremely huge soul power in his body. However, the soul power was too strong. It was a terrible evil spirit with the strength of a demigod. If the old tortoise had not branded the ancient demon runes on Gu Fei's body would have exploded from the soul power and he would be dead. Even so, Gu Fei still felt that his body was collapsing and melting. His muscles, bones, flesh, and blood were mercilessly torn by the soul power in his body. It was 100 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. "Ah!" Gu Fei let out a shrill scream and fell directly from the sky. With a boom, he smashed into the forest below. The old tortoise's inner world was full of spiritual energy and flourishing vegetation. Forests and spiritual peaks could be seen everywhere. Even in the dense forest, one could see the figures of birds and beasts. "Each of you collect 2 evil spirits and cultivate," the old tortoise said to Shaoqing and the Qilin Monster King. "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Master." Shaoqing and the Qilin Monster King were overjoyed. 2 evil spirits and evil creatures comparable to demigods. If they could refine them, they might be able to break through their current cultivation shackles. "Master, Gu Fei!" Shaoqing was still concerned about Gu Fei's safety and wanted the old tortoise to ease Gu Fei's pain. "Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to him." The old tortoise waved his hand and interrupted Shaoqing's words. "Roar! Ah! Ah!" At this time, Gu Fei's terrible scream was heard from the forest below. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Bang! Boom! Crash! The entire forest shook as towering trees fell from the sky one after another. Gu Fei was like a ferocious beast that had gone berserk, rampaging through the forest below. Although Shaoqing was very worried about Gu Fei, since his master had said so, he could not say anything else. He then collected the 2 evil spirits and flew toward the chaotic area. The Qilin Monster King also collected the 2 evil spirits and evil creatures and rushed into the distance. The Qilin Monster King was extremely excited. He was only one step away from the demigod realm. It was too difficult to take this step, but now there was a chance to become a demigod. The soul power of the two evil spirits and evil creatures should be able to help him break through his current cultivation shackles. It was no wonder that the Qilin Monster King was ecstatic. Although the lifespan of the demon clan was relatively long, if it was difficult for them to break through to the demigod realm, their lifespan would come to an end. The demigod realm was an expert who had seen through life and death and embarked on the path of immortality. Their lifespan was almost endless and could be said to be as long as heaven and earth. Of course, this was an assumption under the premise that nothing unexpected happened. In the Tongue-Long continent, there were still a few people who could kill demigods. The old tortoise was one of them. However, to break through from the void-controlling realm to the half-god realm was not just an ordinary level of difficulty. It was very difficult, extremely difficult. It was so difficult that the number of cultivators in the entire Tongue-Long continent who could reach this realm could be counted on 10 fingers. Brat, be careful. Don't ruin the scenery of my inner world. The old tortoise shouted down. A part of the forest had been destroyed by Gu Fei. Chapter 455. His body was torn apart, his bones were broken, and even his soul seemed to have fallen into an endless hell, being burned by hellfire. The huge soul power sealed in Gu Fei's body by the old turtle not only destroyed Gu Fei's body, but also tortured his soul, making him feel as if his soul would dissipate in the next moment. The endless pain that his body and soul endured almost made Gu Fei collapse. He roared, crushed his teeth, pulled out his hair, and slammed into the woodland, rolling on the ground. At this time, the old turtle stood in the air and shot down demon marks. The demon marks sank into the ground around Gu Fei and then emerged from the ground, forming a formation. The demon marks emitted bursts of demon power, activated the formation, and attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming an unpredictable power that sealed off a part of the world, trapping Gu Fei in a space with a radius of less than 10 feet. Demon marks, like runes, could trigger the momentum of heaven and earth and exert unimaginable power. After laying down the demon marks, the old turtle ignored Gu Fei and left directly. He was not worried that Gu Fei would die because he knew that a warrior's vitality was much stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, as long as his body did not collapse, his life would not be in danger. The source of a cultivator's strength was their physical body. The physical body contained boundless essence and vitality. Even if a cultivator had half their body destroyed, they could rely on their strong vitality to regenerate their flesh and blood. They would not die. Although Gu Fei's body was not strong enough to regenerate his body after it collapsed, the current Gu Fei could recover no matter what degree of injury his body suffered, as long as he did not suffer a special attack. In other words, his flesh and bones were torn and shattered. As long as his body did not collapse completely, he could not die even if he wanted to. Roar! Gu Fei howled in pain as blood oozed out from his 7 apertures. Boundless yuan qi and soul power rippled out from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Bang! Gu Fei directly collided with the force field formed by the demonic inscriptions. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. The demonic inscriptions on the ground emitted a bright light, forming a force field that dissolved the force field of Gu Fei's collision. Gu Fei was sent flying by the rebounding force and rolled on the ground. Rays of strong light surged out from his body. The 5 elemental yuan qi in his body could not suppress the soul energy that the old tortoise had sent into his body. His skin was cracking, and blood that emitted a strange red light seeped out. Gu Fei's blood also contained a large amount of yuan qi and emitted a faint blood light. Every time Gu Fei's body was about to explode from the vast soul power in his body, the demon marks on his body would emit a bright, demonic light and suppress the soul power that erupted. Just as Gu Fei was begging for death in the old turtle's inner world, Two powerful waves of demonic power also appeared in two places near the chaos zone. In one place, raging flames soared into the sky, burning half the sky red. The terrifyingly high temperature caused the void to distort. In another place, a green demonic light rushed out. Demonic chi soared into the sky, shaking a part of the world. The Qilin Demon King and Shaoqing were refining evil spirits and evil beings, trying to use the soul power to break through the life and death hidden latch and break through the current cultivation shackles. Gu Fei's body was imprinted with the ancient demon marks by the old turtle. Although the soul power in his body was extremely powerful, it could not break out of his body and burst Gu Fei's body. Soon, Gu Fei's screams became hoarse and then gradually weakened. Everything within a radius of 10 feet was enveloped by the vast yuan qi and soul power from his body. The 5-colored aura was flashing, and the holy brilliance was flowing, as if a 5-colored giant egg had enveloped Gu Fei. A faint moan came from the 5-colored divine egg. The yuan qi and soul power surging out of Gu Fei's body were all sealed in the void within a radius of 10 feet by the demon marks carved by the old turtle on the ground, not allowing the yuan qi and soul power to leak out. Time passed quickly, and half a month had passed. The energy fluctuations emitted by Gu Fei's 5-colored divine egg were getting stronger and stronger. The 5-colored aura and the holy soul power were sealed in the void within a radius of 10 feet by the demon marks on the ground, and they were so thick that they almost turned into a substance. Gu Fei was like a spirit bred in the 5-colored divine egg, gradually becoming stronger. The day the egg broke was the day he was born. The demonic power fluctuations coming from the edge of the chaos zone of the inner world where Shaoqing and the Qilin Demon King were also gradually becoming stronger over the past half a month. It had to be said that soul power for cultivators had a miraculous effect of improving their cultivation and strength. It was no wonder that the cultivators of the evil Tao advocated killing and destruction. The demons who had achieved success in cultivation were all peerless demons who had killed thousands of miles and even tens of thousands of miles. They killed the common people and refined the soul power to improve their cultivation and strength. Unlike the cultivators of the righteous Tao, who absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth all the time to cultivate the supreme immortal Tao and become an immortal. Time passed day by day. Half a month, a year. The place where Gu Fei was still filled with the 5-colored aura and surging soul power. During this year, the old turtle would come to the vicinity of Gu Fei every few months, observe for a while, and then leave immediately. Then he would go to the place where Shaoqing and the Qilin Demon King were in seclusion to take a look. The old turtle was not someone who could stay idle. After seeing that Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the Qilin Demon King were fine, he took his corpse general doppelganger, opened the inner world, and walked out. It had been a year. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the Qilin Demon King had been cultivating in the old turtle's inner world for a year. At the place where Gu Fei was, a 5-colored ball of light, like the sun, emitted endless 5-colored divine light, illuminating the whole world. The fluctuation of the soul power was gradually weakening, but the fluctuation of the 5 elements yuan qi was getting stronger and stronger. This was a good sign, which proved that Gu Fei was gradually refining the soul power. At the place where Shaoqing was, endless cyan demonic qi rushed out, covering a radius of 100 miles, as if there was a peerless demon lurking in the demonic qi, emitting a powerful aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The place where the Qilin Demon King was turned into a sea of fire. The blazing divine fire covered the whole world, turning the area within 100 miles into a barren land. Boundless divine flames seemed to be igniting the void, causing it to twist and distort. Heaven and earth trembled, and the demonic fluctuations emanating from the sea of flames were so powerful that the ground near the center of the sea of flames began to melt into lava. It was unknown when it started, but Gu Fei felt that the pain from his body and soul was gradually weakening. Then he naturally immersed himself in the mysterious realm of cultivation. He operated his mysterious art and began to refine the soul power in his body. However, the soul power was too strong. He didn't know how much time had passed and how much time had passed. Only 1,000th of the soul power in his body had been refined. However, this 1,000th of the soul power had given him an unimaginable harvest. He felt that his divine sense seemed to have materialized, as if it was about to fly out of his body. Rays of 5-color divine light shone out of his body. His soul power went straight to the origin, strengthening his divine soul and physical body. Gu Fei continued to refine the soul power in his body. On this day, suddenly there was a loud bang, as if there was a sudden clap of thunder in his mind. Then he felt that a certain door in his body had been opened. At this moment, his body seemed to have become a bottomless black hole, producing a strong suction force, continuously devouring the endless spiritual qi and soul power. Gu Fei broke through from the first heaven of the royal void to the second heaven of the royal void. With the breakthrough of the cultivation shackles, Gu Fei seemed to have opened a bottomless pit, and his body was madly devouring the spiritual qi and soul power of the world. The speed of refining soul power suddenly increased by at least 10 times. The 5-colored divine light shrouding his body began to dim, and gradually sank into Gu Fei's body. In the 5-colored divine egg, Gu Fei's whole body was shining with a precious light. His whole body's essence, qi, and spirit had reached a level that was previously untouchable, as if his body had become a saint. Powerful energy flowed within his body that flickered with divine light. It was like a surging river, and it was like a torrential river. It made him feel as if he had endless energy. Everything was not over yet. Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the second heaven of the royal void. Although his body did not undergo another transformation, the amount of yuan qi that his body could contain had increased to a level that even he did not know. The surging power constantly flowed in his meridians, muscles, bones, and flesh, and then dispersed to every part of his body, smelting into his body. In the next 10 days and 10 nights, the process of Gu Fei's body devouring the spiritual qi of the world and refining soul power never stopped. The endless yuan qi was tempering his body, and he could clearly feel the subtle changes that had taken place in his body. In the end, every inch of Gu Fei's skin became crystal clear like divine jade, full of explosive and terrifying power. His bones emitted a 5-colored glow, and all the meridians in his body seemed to have been divinized, appearing from his flesh and blood like dense, luminous threads. Gu Fei felt that his physique could be said to have improved a lot compared to before. This was really a world of difference between each realm. Cultivation was like ascending to the sky, and breaking through to a higher realm was like ascending to the next heaven. Gu Fei was surprised to find that the enormous soul power in his body had been refined by more than half, and the endless yuan qi that the soul power had transformed into still did not fill the big hole in his body. In this way, after another 10 days, the 5-colored divine light outside Gu Fei's body had shrunk to less than 10 feet, and the light was dim. And the soul power that the old tortoise had injected into his body had been refined by him until there was not a trace left. When Gu Fei opened his eyes, 2 bright divine lights shot out from his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the 5-colored divine light that shrouded his body immediately entered his body. When everything returned to normal, Gu Fei was shocked to discover that he had advanced to the peak of the second heavenly layer of the void controlling realm. He was only a step away from the 3rd heavenly layer, and it seemed like he could make a breakthrough at any time. Chapter 456. Gu Fei stood up from the ground. Then, just as he was about to leave, tragedy struck. "Old tortoise, you bastard!" Gu Fei soared into the sky. Before he could fly more than 10 zhang, it was as if he had hit his head on a transparent wall, and his nose was almost crooked from the impact. He smashed down from the sky. Boom! The entire ground trembled 3 times, and the ground seemed to have become as hard as divine iron. It smashed Gu Fei until he was dizzy, and all the bones in his body almost fell apart. Then Gu Fei was extremely displeased. He was extremely displeased to find that he was sealed within a circumference of 10 zhang and could not get out. "Old tortoise, you undying old tortoise, hurry up and get out!" Gu Fei's face turned green. This place was simply a prison, and an unbreakable prison. Front, back, left, right, up, down, in every direction, Gu Fei encountered great resistance. It was difficult to walk out of the circumference of 10 zhang, and this made him go crazy. "Humph!" Gu Fei sneered and then directly punched out. Brilliant divine light erupted from his fist, and his entire fist was like a small sun that emitted endless golden light as it punched forward. Boom! With a loud bang, the vast and ferocious fist force shook the void, and transparent ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in front of Gu Fei's fist. An unfathomable force not only blocked his fist force, but also reflected it back, causing Gu Fei to stagger back 3 steps before he could stop the momentum. Gu Fei was taken aback. His cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and the power of his punch could shake the heavens and earth. Even the treasures of martial cultivators would probably be destroyed. However, he was unable to break through the sealing force. When the power of Gu Fei's fist spread out, numerous demonic patterns appeared on the ground, emitting a powerful demonic aura that triggered the power of heaven and earth, dispelling the power of Gu Fei's fist. The array that was set up by the demon inscription triggered the great power of heaven and earth. Attacking the array was the same as attacking a part of the world. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was difficult for him to destroy a part of the world. Gu Fei could already tell that although the demon inscriptions that appeared on the ground seemed messy, they actually formed a formation, a simple ancient demon clan formation. Won't we be able to get out if we erase the demon marks on the ground? Gu Fei thought that if he erased the demonic runes, the ray formation would naturally lose its effect. Thinking of this, he directly extended his right hand and pressed towards the demonic runes on the ground in front of him. He wanted to erase the demonic runes on the ground. A vast palm force surged in front of his palm. Bam! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's palm force fiercely imprinted on the demonic runes in front of him. However, it was unable to erase the demonic runes on the ground. The ground was as hard as divine iron, and the demonic runes were the patterns on the divine iron. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was difficult for him to erase them. What should I do? This time, Gu Fei's expression did not look so good. He could not break the power of the seal, so he could only stay in the seal obediently and wait for the arrival of the old tortoise. It was unknown whether Gu Fei was unlucky or the old tortoise had gone somewhere to harm the people again. Gu Fei waited for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, but he did not even see the shadow of the old tortoise. Where the hell did the old guy go? Gu Fei thought to himself. He had already sat cross-legged in the power of the seal again, operating the mysterious art and consolidating his cultivation. During these 3 days, Gu Fei sensed 2 powerful auras coming from afar. He was very familiar with both auras. From time to time, beams of green light and demonic clouds rushed up from the east. From the west came the fluctuation of the Qilin Demon King's power of fire. In the west, flames soared into the sky, and the divine flames of raging flames covered half the sky. When Gu Fei sensed the 2 powerful auras, he could not help but be secretly shocked. The auras emitted by Shaoqing and the Qilin Demon King had long surpassed the void-controlling realm. In other words, they only needed 1 more step to break through the shackles, understand the secrets of life and death, and become a demigod with an almost unlimited lifespan. Shaoqing and the Qilin Demon King did not have the slightest intention of stopping. The evil spirits and evil things in their hands had not been completely refined. Moreover, they had not made a breakthrough in their cultivation. On the 5th day, The old tortoise appeared shakily in his inner world with the wine jar in his hand. He reeked of alcohol, but no one knew where he went to have fun. When the old tortoise saw Gu Fei, his eyes suddenly widened and his face was full of disbelief. He instantly sobered up from his drunken stupor. How is this possible? Kid, I didn't misjudge you. It only took you a year to refine that evil spirit and use its soul power. You can be considered one of those freaks, Old Tortoise said in surprise. You're one of those freaks, Old Tortoise said in surprise. A year? A year has passed? Gu Fei was taken aback. There was no day or night in cultivation. He knew that some people's time in seclusion could be counted in years, decades, or even decades. However, Gu Fei had never had such an experience. He could actually cultivate for a whole year in this place with a radius of about 10 feet without taking a break. This was really unimaginable. Hee. The old tortoise chuckled and looked up and down at Gu Fei with his pair of bright eyes. The old tortoise's gaze made him feel a little scared. What do you want? Gu Fei put his hands in front of his chest and took 2 steps back. His face was full of panic, like a young girl being bullied by a bully. You. Old Tortoise stared at Gu Fei and suddenly thought of something. Tui. You brat, can you stop having such filthy thoughts in your head? I, Old Tortoise, am a normal male. I will never like someone who is also a male. I'm relieved. Gu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It would be bad if the old tortoise saw that he was extraordinarily handsome and had evil thoughts. He did not want to be raped by a 10,000-year-old tortoise. How dare you, you brat! Did you really think of me like that just now? I'm so angry. The old tortoise jumped up and pointed at Gu Fei. He was so angry that his face turned red. You can stay here for the rest of your life. Humph. The old tortoise threw the wine jar in his hand at Gu Fei and then turned to leave. He seemed to be really angry. Old tortoise, you bastard, let me out. When Gu Fei saw that the old tortoise was about to leave, he stopped joking with the old tortoise and shouted anxiously. Come out yourself if you can. The old tortoise was about to leave. Wait a minute, old tortoise. I was just joking with you. Why are you so serious? Let me out. Gu Fei analyzed. Humph. The old tortoise could not be bothered with Gu Fei and was about to leave. Old tortoise, if you don't want to enter the Naraka realm, leave. Gu Fei's magnetic voice suddenly came from behind the old tortoise. When the old tortoise heard the voice, he immediately stopped. He must enter the Naraka realm. The old tortoise turned around and stared at Gu Fei with his head tilted. After a while, he suddenly smiled and said, Not only will I not let you out, but I'll also put something in to accompany you so that you won't be so lonely. Then the old tortoise took out a fist-sized white jade divine cauldron and released a demonic shadow from the cauldron. What do you want? This time Gu Fei was really shocked. Chapter 457. As soon as the demonic shadow appeared, Devil Chi soared into the sky and a terrifying and evil aura filled the air. It was a powerful demonic soul of the demigod level released by the old tortoise from the white jade cauldron. The old tortoise had taken advantage of the night of the full moon to detain 7 demigod-level evil spirits and demonic beings on the terrifying, savage, ancient battlefield outside the inner world. These evil spirits and demonic beings were all condensed from the inextinguishable fighting will and divine thoughts of the countless immortals and true demons who had died on the ancient battlefield, and even the broken remnant souls. They possessed extremely powerful soul power. Not only did the old tortoise not open the ancient demon formation to release Gu Fei, but he also wanted Gu Fei to continue refining this terrifying demonic shadow. He did not allow him to rest and wanted his cultivation to break through again. The higher Gu Fei's cultivation was, the faster he could refine the mountain and river cauldron. The old tortoise wanted to enter the Naraka realm as soon as possible and collect one of the 6 paths of reincarnation diagrams. The only way was to improve Gu Fei's strength. Roar! The demonic figure roared furiously at the sky. The entire heaven and earth trembled under the roar of the demonic soul. Above the illusory figure, a monstrous demonic aura enveloped the heavens and earth. A terrifying aura spread across the heavens and earth. Old Tortoise, you! Gu Fei's face turned green. He could not help but tremble at the thought of the pain and terrible torture he had experienced after the soul power entered his body. Even if his willpower was as firm as a rock, he absolutely did not want to suffer the endless pain from his body and soul again. That kind of torture was not something an ordinary person could bear. Even Gu Fei almost had a mental breakdown. Hee hee, the old tortoise chuckled. Then, regardless of whether Gu Fei was willing or not, he directly dispersed the terrifying demonic soul. Then, with force, he sent the endless soul power that exploded into Gu Fei's body. Wah! As his soul power entered his body, Gu Fei immediately howled miserably. Pitch black, demonic qi instantly enveloped him, and his eyes became pitch black like bottomless pits. Strands of demonic qi seeped out of his 7 apertures. Gu Fei directly fell to the ground, rolling on the ground and howling. The demon marks that had already hidden in the ground appeared again at this time, emitting a bright, demonic light. The ground was as solid as iron and stone. No matter how Gu Fei rolled or hit it, he couldn't damage it in the slightest. He didn't even leave a mark on the ground. The demon marks that the old turtle had planted on Gu Fei's body did not disappear. When Gu Fei's body was about to explode from the demonic soul power, those demon marks emerged from Gu Fei's body and suppressed the soul power that wanted to rush out of Gu Fei's body. Stinking brat, you can slowly enjoy yourself here. Ha! After Old Tortoise was done, he laughed and disappeared into the void. No one knew where he went. Swoosh! In the dim sky above the bloody savage wilderness ancient battlefield, a figure directly appeared from the void. The savage, desolate, ancient battlefield was still incomparably evil. Blood-colored clouds drifted in the sky, and strands of Yin Qi surged on the ground. Coupled with the endless number of ghastly white bones on the ground, it formed a scene that would make one's hair stand on end. It's really strange. Where did those evil beings and evil spirits come from? Old Tortoise stood in the void and lowered his head in contemplation. He really couldn't understand where those powerful evil beings went after the night of the full moon. He was very clear that the evil being that appeared that night was as huge as an ancient, sacred mountain. Its strength was comparable to that of an ancient almighty. It was a terrifying existence that could shatter the sky with a lift of its hand and crack the earth with a stomp of its foot. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he would probably have died. Such an existence was absolutely invincible in this world where immortals and true demons were extinct. What else did they have to worry about? What else could threaten them? After the night of the full moon, peace was restored in the savage wilderness ancient battlefield. Those evil beings and evil spirits had all disappeared as if they had vanished into thin air. The savage wilderness ancient battlefield definitely had all sorts of unknown secrets. It was filled with evil and was definitely a dangerous place that even immortals and immortals were unwilling to set foot in. Outside the Hell Path, there were already terrifying evil beings comparable to ancient almighties. Wouldn't the Hell Path be even more terrifying? Old Tortoise couldn't help but feel a little uneasy when he thought of this. With his current cultivation and strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight against the terrifying existence of ancient almighties. Should he still go in? Old Tortoise was a little hesitant. The 6 paths of reincarnation diagram refined by the Buddhist Lord was not that easy to collect. Otherwise, the hell path of the 6 paths would have long been collected by someone else. How could it be his turn? However, the hell path is a small world refined by the Buddhist Lord. If I can collect this small world, even if my strength can't return to its previous peak, it'll be close. Old Tortoise mumbled to himself as he weighed the pros and cons. After a long period of contemplation, Old Tortoise's gaze gradually became determined. He must enter the hell path. How can he catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Old Tortoise finally made up his mind. After he made up his mind, he set his gaze on the towering, pitch-black mountain not far away. It was so tall that its peak could not be seen at a glance. Old Tortoise came to the front of the huge mountain and saw that the entire body of the mountain was dark brown, like dried blood. It towered into the dark sky and was very steep. It was impossible for ordinary people to climb it. On the mountain, there were many marks that were obviously man-made. There were gullies hundreds of feet long formed by sabers and swords, and there were palm prints and fist prints formed by the bombardment of fists and palms. Old Tortoise pointed with his finger. Chi! A dazzling finger radiance shot out from his finger. He wanted to see how hard the mountain was. Bam! The finger radiance struck the mountain in front of him, producing a muffled sound of impact. The incomparably sharp finger energy actually only left a very shallow mark on the mountain. Old Tortoise was shocked. The pitch-black mountain was much harder than he imagined. The dark brown rock was very special and did not seem to be ordinary. It should be noted that his cultivation and strength had been restored to the level of a demon god. The power of a finger was much more powerful than a divine weapon. However, it only left a shallow mark on the mountain. Old Tortoise could not help but feel shocked and incredulous. He could already see that the saber and sword marks, as well as fist and palm prints, were left a long time ago. After countless years, they were still clearly visible. It was hard to imagine how powerful the person who left the marks on the mountain was. What was certain was that the person who left the marks was definitely more powerful than an immortal. Old Tortoise soared into the sky. He wanted to fly to the top of the mountain, but the higher he flew, the more surprised he became. He felt that not only were there saber and sword marks on the mountain, but even at a height of thousands of feet, the mountain was still covered with saber and sword marks, as well as fist and palm prints and holes. Soon, Old Tortoise reached a height of tens of thousands of feet. However, the pitch-black mountain was still full of man-made marks. Moreover, these marks shocked Old Tortoise even more. The higher he went, the fewer man-made marks on the mountain. However, the damage caused on the mountain became more and more severe. There were sword marks that spanned thousands of feet and palm prints that were as big as small mountains. Old Tortoise even found some broken magic tools embedded in the mountain walls. High up in the sky, he still could not see the peak of the mountain. It was difficult to estimate how tall the mountain was. It was like a giant pillar that stood between heaven and earth. Swoosh! Old Tortoise soared into the sky and broke through the layers of blood-colored clouds. After a while, he saw the peak of the mountain. Such a tall mountain was rare even in ancient times. Soon, Old Tortoise approached the peak. After he rushed through the blood-colored clouds, the mountain in front of him suddenly flashed with rays of light. The Old Tortoise was startled. It immediately stopped and looked in the direction of the flashing light. This was not a big deal, but it shocked the Old Tortoise. Its eyes widened and its face was filled with disbelief. There was a white skeleton hanging on the mountain wall in front of him. It was not a skeleton, but an extraordinary white skeleton. The body of the skeleton was crystal clear like divine jade, and rays of light lingered on the bones. The skeleton could definitely be called a divine skeleton. However, what really shocked Old Tortoise was not the extraordinary skeleton, but what was inside the skeleton. A rusty ancient sword pierced through the skeleton's abdomen and nailed him to the mountain wall. Fist-sized balls of divine light shone from the skeleton's head, abdomen, and limbs. Old Tortoise sensed the fluctuation of Buddhist power from the auspicious golden divine light. Yes, it was Buddhist light, and it emitted extremely pure Buddhist power. Saraira. Old Tortoise was surprised at first, then delighted. His face was like a blooming flower in spring, and he smiled brightly. He went straight to the skeleton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7 Sarira, it's done, haha. Old Tortoise danced with joy and laughed out loud. Legend has it that the ancient Buddhist lord cultivated 13 divine Buddhist relics. This unlucky monk cultivated 7 divine Buddhist relics. I'm afraid his Buddhist cultivation has already surpassed the realm of ordinary gods and Buddhas. The old tortoise was overjoyed and said such words. This unlucky Buddhist expert had been dead for God knows how many years. Even the ancient sword that pinned him to the ground was already full of rust and was about to completely decay. The Buddhist master's flesh and blood had melted, but his skeleton and Buddhist sarira remained. Even after countless years, the Buddhist sarira still contained extremely powerful Buddhist power. Buddhist sarira, Old Tortoise, have lucked out. Old Tortoise took out his stone turtle shell that could smash anything in the world, smashed the skeleton that was nailed to the mountain wall, and took out the Buddhist sarira. After taking out the Buddha relic, the broken god's bone lost its luster and dimmed. Then it turned into bone dust and scattered in the air. Chapter 458. It had to be said that the primordial battlefield of the far west was truly too strange and terrifying. Even a young arhat who had surpassed the realm of gods had perished here. It was truly difficult to imagine exactly what had happened here all those years ago. The pitch-black mountain seemed to be full of demonic nature. It towered into the clouds like a pillar that supported the heavens, making people feel a great pressure. After the old tortoise put away the 7 Buddha's relics that emitted vast Buddhist power, he continued to fly toward the top of the mountain. He faintly felt that there might be even more amazing discoveries on the mountain top. Soon, the old tortoise rushed to the top of the mountain. Instead of calling it a mountaintop, it was more appropriate to call it a platform. The top of the mountain was actually a flat land with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The old tortoise was somewhat surprised to see such a scene on the top of the mountain that was tens of thousands of meters high in the sky. The mountain top was flat and smooth like a mirror. There was not a single speck of dust on the ground. It was like a piece of black divine jade that glowed with a misty black light. On the ground, there was a huge swastika. The swastika was flowing with auspicious golden Buddhist light, as if it was suppressing and sealing the mountain. In the middle of the swastika, the old tortoise was shocked to see a figure sitting on the ground. It was a skinny old monk in a kasaya with his eyes closed. Why is there someone here? The old tortoise was shocked. He knew that there was not a single breath of life within a radius of thousands of kilometers. It was a forbidden zone for life, a land of death. Swoosh! The old tortoise teleported in front of the old monk and stood in the void. His eyes emitted a bright divine light as he glanced at the old monk below. No breath of life, no fluctuation of soul. It turns out to be a stinky body that has been dead for God knows how long. The old tortoise muttered to himself. There was no one else alive here except him. Sigh. At this moment, the old tortoise suddenly heard a faint sigh. This made the pores on the old tortoise's body explode. His expression suddenly changed, and he almost fell from the sky. Who is it? Show yourself. The old tortoise was shocked and angry at the same time. His pair of divine eyes swept back and forth on the mountain top. However, there was no one on the mountain top except for the old monk sitting on the ground. There was not even a ghost. Sigh. Another sigh sounded in old tortoise's ears. This time, old tortoise was really moved. The other party seemed to be nearby, but he could not find the other party. Could it be that the other party's cultivation was above his? Old tortoise could not help but feel a little nervous at the thought of this. He was ready to break the void and return to his inner world as soon as he felt that something was wrong. The peak of the mountain was empty, and it could be seen at a glance. There was no place to hide at all. Could it be that the old monk in front of him was haunting him? The old tortoise was bewildered. Then he stretched out his right hand and slashed at the old monk below. Dazzling divine light seeped out of his palm and formed a blade of light. Like a heavenly blade, it broke through the void and instantly arrived above the old monk. Sigh. A sigh was heard. Then, Old Tortoise saw an extremely shocking scene. The old monk below suddenly moved. Then, the blade of light that he slashed out shattered without warning and dissipated in the void. This, Old Tortoise could not see how the old monk made his move at all. It was as if the old monk had not moved at all. Old Tortoise only felt a chill in his heart. Swoosh! Old Tortoise was shocked to the extreme. Without thinking, he immediately retreated and rushed out of the mountain peak without looking back. He did not dare to stay on the mountain peak any longer. The old monk, who looked like a mummy, was too terrifying and strange. He felt threatened by him. The old monk did not chase after him. He was still sitting in the middle of the swastika at the center of the mountain top. There was no breath of life coming from his body. He was motionless like a mummy that had died countless years ago. What's going on? After Old Tortoise broke through the void and entered his inner world, he still felt a sense of fear and could not calm down for a long time. He was very surprised because he had explored this area before. He knew that there were a total of 9 mountains like this. They were distributed over a radius of thousands of miles and surrounded the Naraka realm. However, this was his first time ascending to the peak of one of the mountains. He found it hard to imagine that there was a swastika seal at the top of the mountain, as well as a shriveled old monk who looked like a dried corpse without any signs of life. Could it be that there were swastika at the top of each of the 9 mountains? Could it be that there was a terrifying existence like the old monk? Old Tortoise faintly felt uneasy. The savage, ancient battlefield was only a corner of the savage, ancient realm. The savage, ancient realm was huge, so huge that it exceeded the scope of everyone's imagination. It was a tiny world that was surrounded by 9 mountains. There were people guarding the peaks of the mountains. Old Tortoise's expression changed. He knew that the legendary Buddhist Lord would not place the Naraka realm of the 6 paths of samsara here for no reason. Could it be? He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the Buddhist Lord was using the Naraka realm to suppress something and had even sent his disciples and grand-disciples to guard it? In the northern lands, the ancient fire god had left behind the fire cloud palace in an earth fire vein to suppress the primordial fire demon in the earth fire vein. But in the far west, he had discovered the Buddhist Lord's Naraka realm. When Old Tortoise thought of this, he could not help but draw a cold gasp. The 9 mountains guarded the Naraka realm, and the Buddhist light sealed the hell. Why did the Buddhist Lord set up such a shocking trap? After seeing the swastika and the mummified old monk on the mountain peak, Old Tortoise fell into deep thought. There was definitely a huge secret in the savage ancient realm. Old Tortoise returned to the divine palace in the sky and shut himself in. He needed to think carefully. The trap set up by the Buddhist Lord definitely had an unimaginable and terrifying plot behind it. Although Old Tortoise's inner world was filled with lush mountains and clear waters and lingering spirit chi, it was not peaceful. Shaoqing and Qilin Demon King were still refining soul power at the edge of the chaos. Although a year had passed, they still showed no signs of coming out of seclusion. The noise they made was getting louder and louder. Demonic aura surged into the sky, and the world shook. In contrast, Gu Fei's commotion was much smaller. The fiend's soul had been scattered by Old Tortoise, and soul power had been injected into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei once again tasted the endless pain of having his soul stripped away, his flesh and bones mercilessly torn apart and pulverized. It could be described as hovering between life and death, living and dying to describe the torture Gu Fei was experiencing. A year's time was very short in the eyes of cultivators, but a lot of things could happen in it. Just as Gu Fei was suffering the extreme torture of his body and soul in Old Tortoise's inner world, in the north of the Kingdom of Wei, there was a beautiful mountain forest. Several green mountains stood tall, surrounded by mist, and a 1,000-foot waterfall hung down from the mountain like white silk. Green water surrounded the mountain, and spring water flowed. Lush trees gave shade, and flowers bloomed like brocade. Birds and beasts walked in the forest, making the place more lively. Such a scenery might not even touch the edge of a spiritual land in any part of the Tonglong continent, but such a place was somewhat rare in the kingdom of Wei in the north. The north was bitter and cold. Although there were spiritual mountains and caves, such spiritual lands were very rare compared to other places. In the mountain forest, there was a palace looming in the mist. This beautiful mountain forest already had a master. There was a sect called Sunset Sect here. As the sun set in the west, a white-clothed figure walked on the mountain path directly toward the Sunset Sect. Before he reached the sect gate, someone walked out from the sect gate. "Who goes there?" The people of the Sunset Sect shouted. The white-clothed person did not stop and continued to walk forward. When the people of the Sunset Sect saw that the other party did not answer, their expressions changed. "Stop!" The people of the Sunset Sect shouted. Some of them had already reached for the weapons on their waists. They already felt that something was wrong. The white-robed man arrived in front of the mountain gate and then directly attacked. At the mountain gate, there was a memorial with the 4 words Sunset Paradise engraved on it. Boom! In an instant, it shattered into dust. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone actually came to their sect and directly destroyed the memorial arch of the Sunset Sect with a palm. This person was here to trample on the sect. Humph! A small sect dares to call itself a cave? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The person who came said, disdainfully, he did not place the Sunset Sect in his eyes at all. "You're courting death." The people of the Sunset Sect were angry. This person was alone. Could it be that he wanted to fight the entire sect by himself? This was too arrogant. The disciples of the Sunset Sect, who were guarding the sect gate, all attacked. They took out their magic treasures and weapons and attacked the white-clothed person. Suddenly, the sect gate flashed with light and magic power surged. The white-robed man's face was calm as he stretched out his right hand. He stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed forward. A giant hand grabbed all the weapons and magical treasures in his hand, and then he squeezed them. Kacha! 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 All of the weapons and magical treasures shattered in the hands of the white-clothed man and fell to the ground. Then the white-clothed man waved his hand, and all of the Luoxia disciples at the gate were sent flying. They rolled on the ground, groaning in pain and unable to stand up again. "Quickly go and report to the sect master and the elders," someone shouted. More than a dozen Sunset Sect disciples rushed out of the sect gate. All of them angrily stared at the white-clothed person who was walking step by step into the sect gate. "Who are you? Why did you come to my Sunset Sect and attack people?" One of the Sunset Sect disciples who rushed out of the sect gate shouted in a stern voice. "Remember, the person who destroyed the Sunset Sect is called Gu Fei." The white-clothed person pressed forward. His words were incomparably cold and emotionless. It made people feel suffocated. Chapter 459. Sunset filled the sky. Dusk was the most beautiful scene of the day in the Sunset Paradise. However, the Sunset Sect's entrance was currently in a state of mutual hostility. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and it formed an extremely discordant side to the beautiful scenery. It could be said to be a great spoiler. The young man in white, Gu Fei, walked forward as if he was taking a stroll. The disciples of the Sunset Grotto Heaven all retreated. No one dared to make a move. Everyone was shocked and angry. "How dare you be so arrogant at such a young age? Which sect are you from?" At that moment, an old voice could be heard from the front. Following it, an old man flew out from one of the mountains like a meteor. He instantly traversed a distance of over 10 li and landed in front of the entrance. "Gu Fei of the Taishan sect." The young man said coldly, as if he did not care about the other party, "The Taishan sect." The old man was shocked. He was not unfamiliar with the Taishan sect. It was one of the three great sects of the Tung-Long continent. However, the Taishan sect was in eastern Qi, and the Sunset Grotto Heaven was in northern Wei. The distance between the two was thousands of miles. Why would a young disciple of the Taishan sect come alone to provoke the Sunset Grotto Heaven? Fellow Taoist, is there a misunderstanding between us? The old man did not dare to be negligent. His expression became extremely serious. The Sunset Grotto Heaven was only a small sect in the Wei Kingdom. It could not compare to a super sect like the Taishan sect. Furthermore, the cultivation of this white-robed young man named Gu Fei had clearly reached the void-controlling realm as well. He was a peerless expert. The old man was very fearful of him. He wanted to resolve this misunderstanding. It should be known that the entire Sunset Grotto Heaven only had 3 masters at the Royal Void Realm. This old man was the great elder of the Sunset Grotto Heaven. He was at the 3rd or 4th tier of the Royal Void Realm. The head of the Sunset Grotto Heaven had broken through to the Royal Void Realm less than 100 years ago, while the other great elder was only at the 2nd tier of the Royal Void Realm. Even so, the Sunset Grotto Heaven was considered a large sect within 1,000 miles. Of course, this was only in northern Wei. In the entire world of cultivation, such a sect would not even be considered a third-rate sect. There is no misunderstanding. Today, the Sunset Grotto Heaven will be destroyed. The white-robed cultivator called Gu Fei said in a cold voice. His face was filled with killing intent. It was clear that he had already decided to kill. Why is that? You must have a reason for wanting to exterminate my Sunset sect. When the Sunset sect's supreme elder heard this, his expression immediately changed. If I, Gu Fei, want to destroy the Sunset sect, then I will destroy it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The white-robed young man, Gu Fei, continued to press forward, his whole body surging with magic power. When the Sunset sect's elder sensed the surging magic power fluctuations coming from the white-robed cultivator, Gu Fei, he couldn't help but be shocked. The left side of the white-clothed young cultivator from the Supreme Profound sect surged with a terrifying demonic qi, while the right side of his body emitted a powerful immortal qi. The appearance of the young cultivator, Gu Fei, had also changed. His left eye had become blood-red, emitting an evil blood-red glow, while his right eye was as clear and bright as the stars in the sky. The left side of his body was like a demonic body, while the right side was like a celestial body. Seeing this scene, even the Sunset sect's elder was shocked to the extreme. It was truly difficult for him to imagine how a cultivator's body could contain 2 completely opposite and extreme powers at the same time. How could demonic qi and immortal qi appear on a person's body at the same time? Could it be that the young cultivator in front of him cultivated both a demonic technique and a Tao technique at the same time? What about you? Go on your way. The white-robed cultivator took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the Sunset sect's elder. He then stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. Rumble! The void in front of the white-robed cultivator's palm shook. The white-robed cultivator, Gu Fei's palm quickly grew until it was the size of a small mountain. It shrouded the Sunset sect's elder in front of him. Under the cover of the big hand, a vast amount of magic power surged. The immortal qi formed a destructive storm that rushed forward and shook the world. Pum! 3 weapons and magic treasures rushed out of the old man's body. They turned into 3 divine rainbows that bombarded the big hand. Boom! 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 3 loud sounds rang out at the sect gate at almost the same time. The magic power was vast and mighty. The big hand collapsed in the void, and the 3 weapons and magic treasures were also knocked away by the big hand. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. The 2 stone pillars at the mountain gate were immediately broken into several pieces by the overflowing power and flew out. The sunset sect's disciples who were watching the battle exclaimed and dodged far away. The white-robed cultivator Gu Fei's figure was as heavy as a mountain. He did not move at all. However, the sunset sect's elder was forced back 7 or 8 steps, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The people of the sunset sect were immediately dumbfounded. They were extremely shocked. Even the sect's elder seemed to be no match for this young man. This made them feel a chill in their hearts. Humph! The white-robed cultivator Gu Fei sneered and directly took a step forward. At the same time, he clenched his left hand and punched forward. An endless amount of demonic energy surged forward like a surging river. The terrifying fist energy was filled with demonic nature. It was as if a real demon was attacking. The demonic aura immediately filled the area, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The sunset sect's elder circulated the magic energy in his body and waved his hand to recall the 3 weapons and magic treasures that were knocked away. Then he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood on the 3 weapons and magic treasures. Buzz! The godly weapons were vibrating. A small knife emitted an incomparably bright light. It broke through the layers of demonic energy and slashed toward the white-robed cultivator. A purple jade ruler emitted a powerful spiritual energy that was as powerful as a mountain. It turned into a purple rainbow that swept across the sky and swept toward the white-robed cultivator, Gu Fei below. At the same time, a red cauldron that was stained with the blood of the sunset sect's elder on the platform emitted a blazing light and swept toward the white-robed cultivator. 1 weapon and 2 magic treasures, under the full power of the sunset sect's elder, all displayed a terrifying power. The sky and earth trembled and flames soared high into the sky. You do have some ability. The white-robed cultivator Gu Fei sneered. He didn't withdraw his left fist. Instead, he lightly shook it, and an even more powerful demonic energy surged out from his fist. Chi! 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 The divine saber that chopped down at the white-robed cultivator's left fist collided with the demonic fist energy. Unexpectedly, the sound of a red-hot soldering iron dipping into cold water rang out. The dazzling blade quickly dimmed. In just an instant, it lost its spirituality and turned into a piece of stubborn iron that fell from the sky. Whoosh! The white-robed cultivator raised his head, and his left eye emitted a demonic, blood-colored demonic light that shot toward the purple jade ruler that was falling from the sky. The demonic eye seemed to possess an unfathomable power. It seemed to be able to pierce through the void. The purple jade divine ruler actually shattered under the impact of the blood-colored demonic light. It turned into a sky full of purple spirit light that scattered in all directions. In just an instant, one of the weapons and magic treasures refined by the sunset sect's elder was destroyed by the white-robed cultivator. The white-robed cultivator Gu Fei displayed an incomparably powerful battle prowess. The vermilion flame cauldron spewed out a terrifying divine fire that swept toward the white-robed cultivator. At the same time, the mouth of the cauldron emitted a powerful suction force, trying to suck the white-robed cultivator into the cauldron. The white-robed cultivator, Gu Fei, allowed the cauldron to pull him away. The fiend celestial chi that surged out of his body blocked the blazing divine fire around him. Bang! When the white-robed cultivator Gu Fei approached the treasured cauldron, his right foot swept out, directly sweeping away the raging inferno divine cauldron that was spewing monstrous, raging flames. Ah! The sunset sect's elder on the platform suffered a great impact. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and staggered backward. The 2 magic treasures and weapons that were connected to his mind and body were destroyed. The divine fire cauldron was sent flying. The sunset sect's elder's expression immediately became weary. The divine fire cauldron that was sent flying by the white-robed cultivator, Gu Fei, smashed into a group of Sunset Sect's disciples that were gathered at the mountain gate. Suddenly, screams and screams sounded everywhere. The divine fire cauldron was like a fireball that fell from the sky. When it hit the ground, more than a dozen Sunset Sect's disciples near the fireball were instantly turned into ashes in the sea of fire. The divine fire that the divine fire spewed out was extremely overbearing. It was as if it could burn everything in the world. As long as a person was touched by a little bit of the divine fire, they would be burned to ashes. The divine flame that exploded almost instantly burned the group of disciples of the Xia clan into ashes. Everything within a radius of 1,000 feet was scorched. Only 1 or 2 people who were lucky enough to escape the disaster were able to survive. The Sunset Sect's elder saw this scene and suddenly became extremely excited. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Another ray of light flew out from one of the mountains in the Sunset Sect. A powerful aura surged toward the sect. A middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe walked in the sky and arrived at the entrance of the sect in just a few steps. The Taishan sect has gone too far. The middle-aged Taoist obviously already knew what had happened. His eyes were filled with anger as he glared at the white-robed cultivator. Dozens of his disciples were turned into ashes in the flames, causing the middle-aged Taoist to fly into a rage. Sect leader, be careful. This kid is strange, the Sunset Sect's elder said. His entire body was in chaos and his mana was no longer flowing smoothly. The dantian in his abdomen was emitting bursts of Tao power and mana to calm his chaotic aura. The white-robed cultivator, Gu Fei, did not speak. Instead, he responded to the middle-aged Taoist with his actions. He looked at the middle-aged Taoist, and the immortal demon eyes on his left and right simultaneously shot out 2 beams of destructive divine light, piercing the middle-aged Taoist's abdomen. Chapter 460. At this time, Gu Fei was in the wild ancient region in the far west. He was trapped by the old tortoise in his inner world to refine the soul power of evil spirits and evil beings. He did not have a doppelganger technique. How could he appear in the territory of the Wei Kingdom in the north at this time? Only Dongfang Qin, who had become a demon, would crazily cultivate this kind of evil method. If he wanted to improve his own cultivation in a very short time, the only way was to become a demon. The pressure that Gu Fei gave him was too great. If he did not become a demon, how could he compete with Gu Fei, whose cultivation had greatly increased? Moreover, his character was arrogant, and he could never be surpassed by Gu Fei. The combination of the immortal qi and the true devil qi gave birth to an unfathomable divine ability, which allowed Dongfang Qin to display astonishing combat strength. He used the name of Gu Fei to barge into the Sunset Sect with unparalleled strength. He easily defeated the most powerful existence in the Sunset Sect, a supreme elder who was at the 3rd or 4th heaven of the void controlling realm. Dongfang Chen's strength forced the master of the Sunset Sect to personally take action. Boom! The master of the Sunset Sect shone with a bright golden light, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The vast power of the metal element surged out, and the power of the sun shook heaven and earth. The dazzling golden light illuminated the world and the mountains, as if they were dyed with a layer of golden paint, and the surrounding area was bathed in a layer of golden light. You're courting death! The sect leader of the Sunset Sect shouted and grabbed Dongfang Qin with his big hand. A golden primordial spirit hand directly appeared in the void, revealing a terrifying energy fluctuation covering this part of the world. At this time, the master of the Sunset Sect no longer cared whether the other party was a disciple of the Taishan sect or not. If he dared to kill the Sunset Sect, he was the enemy of the Sunset Sect. There was only one way to deal with an enemy, and that was to completely destroy them. Swish! The destructive light that shot out from Dongfang Chen's demonic eyes and celestial eyes pierced the void and also penetrated the spirit hand that was grabbing down from the sky. Its power did not decrease in the slightest, and it still shot toward the abdomen of the master of the Sunset Sect. The light of destruction seemed to be able to pierce through all tangible and intangible things. It was extremely terrifying and possessed unfathomable might. The Sunset Sect master's face turned pale with fright. He hurriedly left an afterimage on the spot and dodged the attack. Even so, the two destructive lights still brushed past his body and left two shocking bloody marks on his waist. The Sunset Faction's faction leader sucked in a breath of cold air. His entire body felt cold. What kind of spell was this? It was so terrifying and strange that the clothes of the Sunset Sect's master were soaked in cold sweat. Watch out, Sect Master! At this time, the Sunset Sect leader suddenly heard the Supreme Elder's cry of alarm. When he heard that, his heart immediately trembled, and just at this time he felt his head tighten. He was actually grabbed by someone's fingers. Dongfang Qin suddenly appeared behind the Sunset Sect master without anyone noticing and grabbed his head. The Sunset Sect master was immediately frightened out of his wits. Without thinking, he wanted to use his nascent soul to break his dantian and abandon his body. He wanted to use this extreme method to escape with his life. However, at this time, there was already an unfathomable evil power that enveloped him. His nascent soul was actually bound by this power, and it was difficult for it to rush out of his body. Roar! The Sunset Sect master already felt the aura of death. He used all his strength to circulate the metal element magical power in his body, and his entire body suddenly emitted an even more powerful golden light. Rumble! It was as if a golden sun had fallen from the sky above the mountains. The bright golden light was so dazzling that everyone from the Sunset Sect couldn't open their eyes. How dare you! The Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect shouted with a stern expression. Soon, a clear light appeared from below. It was as bright and clean as the moonlight. It broke through the layers of golden waves and shone up. What's the use of struggling before death? Dongfang Chen's cold words without a trace of emotion came from the sky. Then crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. At the same time, two destructive lights broke through the golden light and shot down, blocking the bright light that shone from below. Sect Master! An inexplicable roar of grief and indignation came from below. The Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect was so angry that he wanted to tear this young cultivator named Gu Fei into pieces. At this time, the golden light that filled the sky retreated like a tide. However, it didn't enter the body of the Sunset Sect Master. Instead, it was all swallowed by Dongfang Chen's body. You devil! The Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect glared at Dongfang Chen in the sky. In his hand, there was a mirror that emitted endless light. It actually blocked the two terrifying divine lights that shot out from Dongfang Chen's immortal demon eyes. What? Dongfang Chen was very surprised. He didn't think that someone would be able to resist his technique. One should know that the destructive light, formed by the immortal qi and the true demon qi, could almost penetrate everything in the world. Dongfang Chen's 5 fingers had already pierced through the head of the Sunset Sect Master. Endless spiritual energy was extracted from the body of the Sunset Sect Master and was directly swallowed by Dongfang Chen. The vitality of the body of the Sunset Sect Master was already gone. However, there was still a steady stream of spiritual energy being extracted from his abdomen. His nascent soul and nascent soul crazily collided in his dantian, trying to break the shackles of his body and rush out. Roar! I'll kill you! The Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect made up his mind. He bit the tip of his tongue again and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the ancient mirror in his hand. The 3 mouthfuls of blood were quickly absorbed by the ancient mirror. Then the ancient mirror in the hands of the Supreme Elder burst out a dazzling light, as if he was holding a bright moon in his hand. Swoosh! The clear divine light soared into the sky and unexpectedly shattered the two terrifying divine lights that shot out from the immortal demon eyes. Wherever the clear light passed, the void trembled, and transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out. The ancient mirror in the hands of the Sunset Sect's Supreme Elder displayed a great power. That ancient mirror was definitely a magic treasure that could not be underestimated. Humph! Dongfang Qin sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations from the ancient mirror. He couldn't help but change his expression. He coldly snorted and then directly smashed the body of the Sunset Sect Master towards the divine light. He himself soared into the sky and dodged it. Swoosh! The body of the Sunset Sect Master was swept by the divine light and instantly collapsed under the divine light. Even his nascent soul couldn't escape and disappeared in the divine light. Wow! The Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect was stunned for a moment. Then he let out an extremely mournful roar and soared into the sky like a madman. He desperately urged the divine mirror in his hand and shot it towards the retreating Dongfang Qin. The misty light emitted from the divine mirror was a terrifying, murderous light. Even Dongfang Qin felt threatened, and he had to retreat again. Since I've already killed the Sunset Sect Master, there's no need to entangle with this madman. I'll let this madman live and let him find the real Gu Fei. Thinking of this, Dongfang Qin no longer had any interest in fighting with the Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect. He directly turned into a black and white immortal demon light and flew into the distance. Where are you going? The Supreme Elder of the Sunset Sect shouted. He held the divine mirror in his hand and chased forward like a meteor chasing the moon. The speed of the two immortal demons was extremely fast. Soon, the two immortal demons disappeared into the sunset. After the two of them left, the entire Sunset Sect fell into absolute silence. The hundreds of people of the Sunset Sect standing on the mountain were all like wood, as if they had lost their souls. They couldn't speak for a long time. What happened just now was too shocking for the hundreds of disciples of the Sunset Sect who witnessed this scene. The Supreme Elder and the Sect Master, who were usually like gods, were actually defeated by a disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect called Gu Fei. It was really unbelievable. They couldn't believe it. It was unknown who recovered first, but then the entire Sunset Sect was boiling. Just as the Sunset Sect was in chaos, a ray of light appeared in the sky. A powerful aura came from afar. Soon, an old man with black hair and a black beard descended from the sky and landed outside the Sunset Sect's entrance. Roar! Who is it? Who the hell dares to come to my Sunset Sect and cause trouble? At the mountain gate, the roar of the black-bearded old man could be heard. After Dongfang Qin used the identity of Gu Fei to cause trouble in the Sunset Sect, not only was the sect master killed, but even the strongest of the two Supreme Elders returned with serious injuries. However, just as night fell, Dongfang Qin's figure appeared outside the mountain gate of another sect thousands of miles away from the Sunset Sect. That night in the northern lands, within the borders of the Wei Kingdom, there was bound to be no peace. In just one night, 17 small sects within the borders of the Wei Kingdom had been destroyed. The Sunset Sect had only lost one sect leader and a few dozen disciples. They could be considered lucky. This set off a great uproar in the sects of the Wei Kingdom. All the sects were in danger. At the same time, they all knew that the person who had defeated 17 sects was called Gu Fei, and he was a disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect. In the end, it even alarmed the Northern Wei Kingdom, a dynasty that had been passed down for thousands of years. The Northern Wei Kingdom's royal family sent out experts to investigate this matter. It could be said that, thanks to Dongfang Qin, although Gu Fei had never been to the hinterland of the Wei Kingdom, his name had already spread throughout the cultivation world of the Northern Wei Kingdom. Dongfang Qin's move could be said to be extremely sinister. After he destroyed 17 sects in the Northern Wei Kingdom, he patted his butt and left, leaving Gu Fei to be the victim. It must be known that although those small sects were not considered powerful in the Northern Wei Kingdom, small sects attach themselves to large sects, and small forces attach themselves to large forces. Destroying these small sects was equivalent to indirectly offending the large forces of the Northern Wei Kingdom. Among them, the Northern Wei Kingdom was a superpower in the cultivation world. Against a dynasty that had thousands of miles of history, no one could be relaxed. Even the Supreme Mystery Sect, one of the three great Taoist sects, would not be able to get away with it. In just a few days, the entire cultivation world of the Northern Wei Kingdom knew that one of the three great Taoist sects, the Supreme Mystery Sect, had a disciple who cultivated demonic arts. Chapter 461. The storm that Dong Fangqin had stirred up in Northern Wei under the name of Gu Fei had spread to Southern Yan, Eastern Qi, and the West a month later. The sun was shining brightly, and Taishan Mountain in Eastern Qi was as calm as usual. On the 9 peaks of Taishan, the disciples of the Taishan sect were cultivating on the mountain as usual. From time to time, the figures of the youngest disciples would appear on Taishan Mountain. Before the disciples of the Taishan sect broke through to the realm of shedding mortality, they were responsible for taking care of the miscellaneous things in the sect. This was the rule of the Taishan sect. Otherwise, all the disciples in the department would be immersed in cultivation, and no one would take care of the miscellaneous things in the sect. On Taishan Peak, Taishan Temple stood at the peak. It was the most majestic temple in the Taishan sect. The atmosphere in the temple was a bit heavy. The head of the Taishan sect, Taoist Qiantian, sat on the throne in the middle of the temple. On either side of him were the heads of the 9 peaks of Taishan. Of the 9 peaks of Taishan, besides Taoist Qiantian, only 7 heads of the other 8 branches had come. The head of Cooling Peak, Gu Fei, was not present. "Brother, why did you summon everyone here?" Long Hongxue, the head of Purple Bamboo Peak, who sat below Taoist Qiantian, looked up and asked, "Yes, brother, why did you summon us here at this time?" Taoist Xuanzang, the head of Full Moon Peak, also said aloud. Everyone looked up at Taoist Qiantian. Taoist Qiantian looked at his brothers indifferently, then said, "A disciple outside sent a message saying that there is news of Brother Gu." What? The 7 heads were shocked when they heard this. They could not help but look at each other and see a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Ever since Gu Fei had been invited away by the powerful demon, there had been no news of him. The Taishan sect had sent batch after batch of disciples down the mountain, but it was difficult to find Gu Fei. They had even heard about Gu Fei. It was not just the Taishan sect. Even the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect sent their disciples down the mountain to search for Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei was only Taoist Ku Rong's nominal disciple, the 3 great Taoist sects still had to put on an act since he was invited by an almighty monster. Although they might not be able to find Gu Fei, if Taoist Ku Rong asked about it, they would at least have something to say. "Where is he?" asked the Spirit Bead Peaks, head Taoist alchemy. He was obsessed with pill cauldrons and was very interested in Gu Fei, who had retrieved the longevity grass. "I heard it appeared in Northern Wei," Taoist Qiantian said. Heard? The 7 peak seats were all shocked. From Taoist Xuantian's words, they knew that the information regarding Gu Fei wasn't that accurate. "Junior brothers, your news really isn't up to date. Recently, a young demon appeared in Northern Wei. He's the scum of the Taoist sect." Taoist Qiantian calmly said something shocking. "Young demon? The scum of the Taoist sect?" The peak seats were shocked. Taoist Xuantian's words were too shocking. They already felt that something was wrong. "Senior brother sect leader, you don't think that person is Gu Fei?" Long Hongxue looked at Taoist Qiantian and said hesitantly, "I just said that I received information about Gu Fei. That is the information." Taoist Qiantian confirmed Long Hongxue's words. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and lowered their heads in thought. Finally, Shaoyang Peak's head, Taoist, Chaoyang thought for a moment and said, "Senior brother sect leader, I think there might be something else." "Yes, that's right. Gu Fei cultivates ancient martial arts. How could he become a demon?" Hearing this, everyone nodded. They all knew that the Green Spirit Peak was different from the other 8 peaks. In the Taishan sect and even in the entire Taoist sect, they were different. The Green Spirit Peak walked the path of strength and the supreme method of becoming a saint. It was also the most difficult path of all cultivation methods. The message also said that Gu Fei not only destroyed 17 sects in Northern Wei in one night, he also devoured their essence energy. His behavior is no different from a demon. Taoist Xuantian's voice was still calm. This. Everyone was shocked again. Devouring a cultivator's essence energy was a taboo of the righteous path. Essence energy was the foundation of cultivation. Whether it was the core of the path, the primordial spirit, or the nascent soul, they were all formed from the essence energy of the cultivator. If Gu Fei could devour essence energy, that meant he could also devour the core of the path and the nascent soul. This kind of behavior that harvested the lives of others and climbed over the corpses of other cultivators had already entered the demonic path. Such a person was the public enemy of the righteous path, and everyone had the right to kill him. "Impossible, that person is definitely not Gu Fei," Taoist Chaoyang said with some excitement. Of all the people present, he had the most contact with Gu Fei. He could naturally see that Gu Fei was not the kind of person who would kill the world and be ruthless. "I think so too. How could a disciple of the Taishan sect do such a thing that angers both men and gods? Someone is framing Gu Fei." The other heads said aloud. Gu Fei was a disciple of the Tao sect. Since he was not afraid of hardship and was determined to walk the most difficult path of becoming a saint, he would not choose the demonic path. That person is half demon and half immortal. I don't know where this master came from. Why would he frame Gu Fei? Taoist Xiantian said. When the 7 heads heard this, they couldn't help but think that their senior brother had already determined that the person was not Gu Fei. Half immortal and half demon, devouring essence, qi, and spirit, could it be? Great Void Peak's head, Yushu Zi, suddenly said thoughtfully. He seemed to have thought of something. "Junior brother Yushu, do you know the origin of that person?" Taoist Xuantian's eyes were like torches. He had already seen Yushu Zi's expression, so he asked aloud. "Yes." Yushu Zi lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, "I don't know if brothers and sisters still remember that half immortal and half demon, such a person of the demonic path, appeared 5,000 years ago, and that demonic person had a great relationship with our Tao sect." What? Everyone was moved when they heard this. What moved them was not that the demonic person had appeared 5,000 years ago, but that the demonic person was actually related to the Tao sect. For thousands of years, the Tao and the demonic had been like fire and water. It seemed that since the beginning of the world, the two had been mortal enemies. Once the two met, there would definitely be a great battle, and it would be either you or I who would die. How could the Tao sect have anything to do with the demonic person? The 9 transformations of the immortal and demon. Could it be that the person who started the massacre in Northern Wei and framed Gu Fei was that person's successor? If he's that person's successor, how many transformations has he cultivated? Taoist Xiantian also thought of something at this moment, and his expression became extremely ugly. What relationship does that demonic person from 5,000 years ago have with our Tao sect? Taoist Chaoyang's personality was like a raging fire. When he heard that the demonic person was actually related to the Tao sect, he couldn't help but ask Yushu Zi excitedly, "I've only seen a few words about that demonic person in the sect's ancient records. That demonic person is the greatest traitor of the Tao sect." Yushu Zi said something that shocked everyone to the extreme. Tao sect's traitor? Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. No one had expected that the greatest traitor of the Tao sect would actually become a demonic person, an executioner who massacred the world. From Tao to the demonic. Taoist Xiantian spat out these incomparably heavy words with great difficulty. What happened to that traitor in the end? Could it be that he was able to pass down his Tao teachings? Taoist Chaoyang asked Yushu Zi sternly. It was the duty of a cultivator to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. Yushu Zi glanced at Taoist Xiantian and continued. That demonic person from 5,000 years ago was killed by an almighty from the east. Was that almighty someone from our Tao sect? Taoist Chaoyang seemed to want to get to the bottom of this. That almighty wasn't a senior of our Tao sect, but a family head of the Dongfang family. That family head's cultivation level was infinitely close to that of an immortal, Yushu Zi said sadly. How could such a person die? Long Hongshu asked. He asked this because if that ancestor of the Dongfang family was still alive, the Dongfang family wouldn't have declined. The Dongfang family was no longer what it used to be. Although it hadn't completely declined, it was no longer the overlord of the East. However, although the Dongfang family had declined, no one knew how much heritage the Dongfang family still had. This kind of ancient clan, even if it had declined, no one dared to look down on it because no one knew its true strength. It had been passed down for countless years, and it had produced great characters that could shake the ancient and modern times. Could it be that those great characters really didn't leave behind any trump cards? In the Tonglong continent, some sects and forces that once had outstanding great figures would leave behind precious treasures before they disappeared. In the history of the Dongfang family, there had been more than one great figure. Even if someone said that the Dongfang family didn't have any treasures left behind by the great figures, no one would believe it. Therefore, even if it had declined, no one dared to have any ideas about the Dongfang family. Who knows? I heard that the almighty of the Dongfang family went to the southern wilderness not long after he killed the traitor of the Tao sect. He entered the 100,000 mountains and disappeared from there. He never appeared again, Yushu Zi analyzed. In the Taishan sect, no one could compare with Yushu Zi in terms of knowledge and experience. This was because before Yushu Zi became the head of the Taishu Peak, he was the elder in charge of all the books in the sect. The 100,000 mountains. Could it be? Did he want to find the legendary ruins of Tongtian? Taoist Xiantian, who was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall, suddenly exclaimed, in ancient times, no one knew what happened that led to the extinction of immortals and mortals. Since then, there were very few almighty saints who could break through the void and ascend to heaven. Even if someone could successfully break through the void, they might not be able to ascend to heaven, wash away the aura of the mortal world, and enter the illusory heaven. It was said that in the 100,000 mountains there was a path to heaven. As long as one's cultivation was enough, they could open the path to heaven and enter the heaven without taking risks. However, a legend was a legend after all. Did the Dongfang family leader from 5,000 years ago take the risk to enter the 100,000 mountains that were said to be able to bury immortals and gods just for a legend? Chapter 462. The Taishan Peak was shrouded in mist. The Taishan Temple was majestic and solemn. The Taishan Temple was an important place of the Taishan sect. Ordinary disciples were not qualified to enter, of course, unless they were summoned by the head. Taoist Xiantian sat under the throne in the temple. On either side of the throne were the 7 chiefs of the Taishan sect. Taoist Xiantian had summoned the 7 disciples. Junior brothers, what do you think of this matter? Taoist Xiantian, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly asked after seeing the 7 chiefs talking to each other for a while. Long Hongshiwe and the others immediately stopped talking and looked at Taoist Xiantian on the throne. Senior brother sect leader, I think we should send someone to get rid of that evil spirit. Otherwise, it will become a huge threat to our sect once it grows up. Jade Hollow Child said after thinking for a moment. The head of the great void peak, Yushu Zi, had once been in charge of the ancient books of the Taishan sect and knew many of the secrets of the Taoist sections. Among all the heads present, only he knew how terrifying the demon who had pretended to be Gu Fei in the Wei Kingdom of the Northern Land would be when he really grew up. The head of the Dongfang family from 5,000 years ago was one of the most powerful people in the history of the Eastern Land. He was comparable to an immortal. Only such a person could kill the traitor of the Taoism. All those years ago, that traitor of the Tao sect had turned from the Tao to the devil, and he'd killed countless cultivators and annihilated innumerable sects and powers. He'd caused a terrifying storm of blood in the Eastern lands by himself. How about I go? I want to see who dares to pretend to be a disciple of the Taishan sect and do such evil things. Taoist Zhaoyang said fiercely. He cultivated in fire elemental Taoism, and his temper was like a raging fire. As long as he encountered demons, he would not be lenient. He would not stop until he killed them. Taoist Zhaoyang was the killer of the 3 great Taoism sects. He had dared to attack the demon lord of 6 paths and the great demon Venerable in the southern wilderness. Of course, the demon lord of 6 paths and the great demon Venerable who had appeared in the southern wilderness had not come in person. They were just clones. However, the fact that Taoist Zhaoyang dared to attack the clones of the demon lord of 6 paths and the great demon Venerable at the same time was enough to show that he was not afraid of any demons. Junior brother Chaoyang, Taoist Xiantian, was about to continue. However, at that moment, Long Hongxue, the chief of the Purple Bamboo Peak, said, "Senior brother sect leader, I think we should wait and see. We can't let this matter affect our plans." All the heads couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this, and then they nodded in succession. The 3 great Tao sects were jointly making preparations for a great matter, and everything else had to be put aside for now. Taoist Xiantian nodded. "This matter concerns the rise and fall of our Tao sect. We can't afford to make any mistakes. What does everyone think?" Taoist Xiantian swept his gaze over everyone. "Senior brother Long is right. I think we should just wait and see. Let's put the matter of the northern lands aside for now." They all agreed with Long Hongshue's point of view. After all, there was nothing more important than what the 3 great Taoist sects were preparing for. "Yes, all right then." Taoist Xiantian nodded and put aside the matter of Gu Fei for now. Not long after, several beams of light flew out from Taishan Peak and disappeared into the spirit peaks that surrounded Taishan Peak. The entire Taishan Mountain was still calm as usual. However, outside Taishan Mountain, there were many unfamiliar figures in the past few days. Gu Fei, who was far away in the far west, could not possibly know about these things. He was refining his soul power in the old tortoise's inner world, enduring what could be described as the extreme pain and suffering of a human. Gu Fei was sealed in the void within 100 feet of the forest. There was a demonic aura there, and there were terrifying demonic souls howling. The area within 100 miles seemed to have become a terrifying demonic prison, and the evil and murderous aura made one's heart palpitate. The demonic aura, as black as ink, surged and tumbled for several months. Then, rays of 5-colored divine light shone from the depths of the demonic clouds, and a terrifying wave of energy surged out from the depths of the demonic aura. Rumble. The entire world was shaking, and the essence of the 5 elements gathered from all directions, gradually forming a stream of spiritual qi that was clearly visible to the naked eye. Swoosh! The old tortoise rushed out of the divine palace, floating in the sky, and came to the sky above the forest, where Gu Fei was. His face was the color of a pig's liver, and it was extremely ugly. He looked around and saw that the essence of the 5 elements in the entire inner world had been mobilized, and it was converging toward the 5-colored light that emerged from the demonic aura below. This was the essence of the world in his inner world, and now it was being crazily plundered by Gu Fei. The old tortoise was extremely flabby, and the muscles on his face were twitching. "Gu Fei, you bastard!" The old tortoise's eyes were wide open, and he roared. The entire inner world shook under his roar. The old tortoise looked as if he could not wait to kill Gu Fei. However, he did not make a move to stop Gu Fei from devouring the essence of the 5 elements. Instead, he directly shattered the void, opened the inner world, and rushed out. Out of sight, out of mind. The 5-colored divine light was like a bottomless abyss, continuously devouring the essence of the 5 elements that gathered from all directions. Gradually, the demonic aura that shrouded the world was completely refined. The dazzling 5-colored divine light shone in all directions. The demonic patterns that the old tortoise had laid on the ground seemed to have received a great impact, and all of them emitted a bright, demonic light. The ancient demonic formation formed by the demonic patterns displayed an unfathomable power. The demonic patterns triggered the momentum of heaven and earth and sealed the void. Even so, the ancient demonic formation could no longer completely seal the terrifying energy fluctuations that spread out from the formation. The trees within a radius of 100 feet were affected and all collapsed. The 5-colored divine light was really too bright and resplendent. It was like a 5-colored sun had fallen to the ground. An extremely vigorous wave of life was emitted from the 5-colored divine light. Gu Fei frantically devoured the power of heaven and earth and the essence of the 5 elements. The entire inner world of the old tortoise was affected, and the power of heaven and earth became chaotic. Shaoqing and the Qilin Demon King, who were cultivating in seclusion at the edge of the chaos space, also sensed this strange phenomenon and came out of their seclusion. When they saw that the person who caused the power of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 miles was Gu Fei, they were surprised. It was hard to imagine. Endless essence of the 5 elements continued to gather and were all devoured by Gu Fei. The 5-colored divine light gradually became stronger, and it was so dazzling that Shaoqing and the Qilin Demon King could hardly open their eyes. After frantically devouring for a full hour, Gu Fei finally stopped devouring the essence of the 5 elements. The plants within 100 miles were all drained of their life essence and withered. The originally green forest that was full of vitality had all withered and turned yellow. Then Shaoqing and the Qilin Demon King saw a figure coming out of the 5-colored divine light. The 5-colored divine light receded like a tide, and in just an instant it was all absorbed into the figure's body. The 3rd heaven of the royal void realm. Gu Fei murmured to himself. In his bright eyes, a layer of 5-colored divine light quickly disappeared. His whole body, the breath of life, was extremely vigorous. With every step he took, the withered flowers and plants under his feet quickly recovered their vitality, as if they were injected with endless vitality. The vigorous breath of life was released, and the essence of life seeped out of his body. Gu Fei's surroundings were full of vitality. Gu Fei truly felt the powerful power of the 3rd heaven of the royal void realm. His flesh, blood, muscles, and bones were full of power. It was as if he could shake the void and crack the earth with just a lift of his hand or a step of his foot. In particular, the extremely vigorous vitality made Gu Fei feel as if he had 9 lives. Even if his physical body was smashed by someone, he could still regenerate. This time, it only took him a few months to refine the demonic soul. It was less than half of the time when he refined the soul of the evil spirit for the first time. Swoosh! A purple flame brand emerged between Gu Fei's eyebrows, emitting a purple divine light that swept forward. Then, the void in front of him shattered, and a side of the world appeared in the broken void. He directly opened the inner world, and it seemed effortless. Swoosh! The purple divine light was suddenly taken back by Gu Fei, and the side of the world disappeared in the void as if it had never been there. Gu Fei, congratulations on your great progress in cultivation. Shaoqing and Gu Fei were acquaintances, so he quickly went forward to greet him. However, when he glanced at the demonic pattern on the ground that was still emitting a demonic light, he immediately stopped in his tracks. Gu Fei was sealed in a place with a radius of about 10 feet by the formation of the demonic pattern. He couldn't get out, and no one else could come in. When Gu Fei saw this, the purple flame that had already disappeared between his eyebrows emerged again. Swoosh! A purple divine light shot out from the flame brand and swept towards the demonic pattern on the ground. With his great progress in cultivation, he wanted to try and see if he could break the demonic pattern laid by the old turtle. Just when the purple divine light swept over the demonic pattern on the ground, the demonic pattern suddenly emitted an extremely bright demonic light. Traces of Taoist rhymes spread out from the demonic pattern and unexpectedly blocked the purple divine light. At the same time, Gu Fei only felt that his divine sense seemed to be bombarded by a giant hammer. Stars danced in front of his eyes, and his divine sense was shaken. Dang, 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 he took 3 steps back. Hiss! Gu Fei took a deep breath and was extremely shocked. Not only could this demonic pattern condense the power of heaven and earth, but it also seemed to have unpredictable power. Old tortoise, you undying old tortoise, get the hell out here. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little annoyed and shouted loudly. A pair of shining eyes swept around. Gu Fei, my master isn't here. The 3-clawed dragon, Shaoqing said. Gu Fei glanced at Shaoqing and then said, Since your master isn't here, then you can erase those demonic patterns on the ground. Don't tell me you don't know these demonic patterns. Actually, I really don't know, Shaoqing said embarrassedly. Gu Fei was speechless. Chapter 463. Gu Fei's cultivation had improved tremendously. After completely refining the demonic cloud in his body, his cultivation had successfully advanced to the 3rd heaven of the void-controlling realm and possessed incomparably powerful strength. As a martial artist, Gu Fei was far stronger than other cultivators of the same level. With his powerful physical body that was comparable to a spiritual treasure and terrifying combat skills, he could even defeat a 4th or 5th heaven of the void-controlling realm cultivator. Even if he encountered a cultivator of a higher level, he would still be able to put up a fight. Even if he was no match for the opponent, he could still retreat calmly. On the path of martial arts, it was difficult to achieve success. However, once the cultivation was successful, the strength of a martial artist would be stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. They could be said to be invincible among those of the same level, and very few people could compete with them. However, even though Gu Fei's cultivation had improved tremendously, it was still difficult for him to break the ancient demon formation that the old tortoise had set up to seal the void. There were not many demon inscriptions in the demon formation, but when these demon inscriptions were combined, they exerted incredible power. Each demon inscription seemed to contain Taoist rhyme and was difficult to erase. The means of a terrifying demon god-level expert was indeed amazing. The demon inscriptions were like heavenly inscriptions that merged with heaven and earth and triggered the power of heaven and earth. It was indeed difficult to erase, unless one had the strength to contend with the power of heaven and earth. Only a demon god-level expert could have such means. Every movement contained the laws of heaven and earth, and with a single thought, they could mobilize the power of heaven and earth for their own use. Gu Fei, I really can't do anything. With my current cultivation, I can't even condense a divine inscription and brand it on the ground, let alone break this formation, the 3-clawed dragon Shaoqing said embarrassedly. The 3-clawed dragon Shaoqing was not even a demigod. How could he comprehend the demon inscriptions that the demon clan called supreme divine inscriptions? The demon clan that could master such supreme demonic techniques were all powerful figures in the demon clan. Moreover, the demon inscriptions that the old tortoise had set up were not ordinary demon inscriptions, but the ancient demon sacred inscriptions that had long been lost among the demon clan. They were extremely mysterious. Old Qilin. Gu Fei cast his gaze at the fire Qilin behind little Qing. The fire Qilin was shrouded in divine flames. The fire Qilin was 10 meters long and covered in scarlet scales. Legend has it that the fire Qilin was a divine beast born from the divine flames. It was the beloved child of the fire god, a spirit of fire. A fully grown fire Qilin was extremely terrifying. Its strength was definitely not weaker than an immortal god or a true devil. Even in the mortal world, there were legends about the fire Qilin. Once the fire Qilin appeared, the land would be scarlet for thousands of miles, and the land within a 1,000-mile radius would be flooded with drought. However, a divine beast like the fire Qilin had already been extinct in the Tonglong continent for countless years. Some people even said that there were no other divine beasts in the Tonglong continent except for the Dragon Clan. However, there were too many secrets hidden in the Tonglong continent. There were definitely secrets hidden in the savage, ancient domains and the ancient remnants that the world did not know about. However, those places were filled with danger. Since ancient times, no one had been able to explore those unknown regions. Those who entered those regions were rarely able to walk out alive. Even those almighty human or alien beings who were comparable to immortals and immortals didn't even cause a ripple after entering those terrifying regions and disappeared. No one knew what kind of existence existed in the depths of those savage, ancient domains. Don't look at me. I don't understand this kind of holy pattern either. King Qilin was very direct, making it difficult for Gu Fei to speak again. King Qilin was a powerhouse of the demon clan in the virtual sky world, and the demon clan in the virtual sky world didn't understand these demon patterns at all. Old turtle, this bastard! Gu Fei stood in the open space with a circumference of about 10 feet, feeling very helpless. He had to admit that he was completely trapped. Gu Fei was trapped by the old turtle's method of drawing a prison. Quickly go and find me that old turtle. Gu Fei said angrily. No one would be happy to be trapped. This. Shao Qing wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. What now? Gu Fei asked impatiently. The three-clawed flood dragon, Shao Qing, showed a trace of embarrassment on his green face and said, Actually, we can't get out. What do you mean we can't get out? Gu Fei was surprised, but then he understood. This was the old turtle's inner world, and they were in the old turtle's inner world. If the old turtle wasn't here, none of them could open the heaven and earth screen. Preposterous! Gu Fei cursed inwardly. Now, before the old turtle came back, he could only stay in the open space with a circumference of about 10 feet. The looming demon patterns on the ground aroused the power of heaven and earth in the surrounding area and firmly sealed him. Shao Qing and King Qilin couldn't help, so they chatted with Gu Fei for a while and left. After Shao Qing and King Qilin left, Gu Fei immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his inner world, wanting to use the power of heaven and earth to erase the surrounding demon patterns. Rumble! The power of heaven and earth in the inner world was vast, and a faint and hazy void spread out from Gu Fei's body. However, when the hazy void around his body came into contact with the demon patterns, it was blocked by an unpredictable force and couldn't envelop the surrounding demon patterns. Gu Fei was surprised to find that the unpredictable power formed by the demon patterns on the ground had actually restrained the power of heaven and earth in his inner world. No matter how much Gu Fei used the power of heaven and earth in his inner world, it was always bound within a circumference of 10 feet. It was difficult for it to spread out and envelop the surrounding demon patterns. Just as Gu Fei was about to use the power of heaven and earth to erase the demon patterns on the ground. Boom! The whole world suddenly shook, and then Gu Fei saw a scene that shocked him to the extreme. A part of the void in the distant sky suddenly collapsed, and the old tortoise rushed in from the outside in an extremely sorry state. He was actually followed by a big hand. It was a big hand that was all skin and bones, as if there was not a trace of flesh and blood. It was like a mummy, but such a big hand exuded an earth-shattering power. Endless golden light shone from the big hand, illuminating the whole world. The gigantic hand blotted out the sky and covered a part of the world. Boundless golden light surged beneath the palm. It was an incomparably pure Buddhist power. Amidst the golden light, countless swastikas faintly flickered on the gigantic hand. A swastika Buddhist seal appeared in the middle of the withered hand that was chasing after Old Tortoise. Then the swastika Buddhist seal transformed into a golden vortex. It was a terrifying vortex that was completely formed by endless Buddhist power. A great suction force emerged from the golden vortex. The suction force stopped the Old Tortoise's charging figure in the void and pulled the Old Tortoise back. Roar! The Old Tortoise roared angrily, and his long hair danced wildly. A terrifying energy that was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the sea erupted from his body. In an instant he became one with the world and mobilized the power of the inner world to resist the pulling force coming from behind. His body was immediately fixed in the void. No matter how hard the big hand pulled, it could not move his body. The whole world was shaking. Shaoqing and the Qilin Demon King rushed out from their secluded cultivation place again and looked at the terrifying scene in the sky with great horror. Gu Fei also put away the hazy void around him and stood up from the ground. His eyes shone brightly. It was hard to imagine that someone could force the Old Tortoise into such a sorry state. The big, skinny hand directly grabbed into the Old Tortoise's inner world. This was something that had never happened before. From this, it could be seen that the cultivation of the person outside was extremely terrifying. The Old Tortoise waved his hands and used endless demonic power to mobilize the power of the heaven and earth. Mysterious runes condensed between his hands and seemed to turn into heavenly patterns that sealed the big hand. He wanted to seal the big hand that had grabbed into his inner world. However, the person outside seemed to know how powerful it was. A Buddhist chant came from outside, and then the big, skinny hand quickly withdrew from the Old Tortoise's inner world. The endless Buddha's light above the big hand collided with the demonic inscriptions, and a dazzling light erupted. The remaining power shook the world, and the whole world seemed to collapse. Several mountains below were swept by the Buddha's light and the demonic inscriptions. In an instant, they silently collapsed in the void like snow and turned into dust. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook, and terrifying energy waves raged in all directions. The void turned into chaos. The big hand withdrew from the Old Tortoise's inner world and collapsed the void. It was immediately sealed by the demonic inscriptions, and the chaotic void evolved into the void again. Damn bald donkey! The Old Tortoise cursed. Then his body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression also became weary. The terrifying demonic pressure on the Old Tortoise receded like a tide. The demonic inscriptions also gradually disappeared into the void. The whole world stabilized. Swoosh! Swoosh! Shaoqing and the Qilin Demon King rose into the sky and rushed toward the tottering Old Tortoise. Gu Fei also wanted to soar into the sky, but the power of the demonic formation firmly sealed him, making it difficult for him to fly. Master, what's wrong? The three-clawed green dragon, Shaoqing, asked nervously. Master. The Qilin Demon King was also nervous. He did not hold a grudge for being subdued by the Old Tortoise. On the contrary, he was glad that he was subdued by the Old Tortoise. The Old Tortoise was a powerful ancient demon. It was a blessing that the Qilin Demon King had cultivated for several lifetimes to be his servant. As long as the Old Tortoise gave him a few pointers, the Qilin Demon King would benefit a lot. I'm fine. I didn't expect that the old bald donkey's cultivation to be so terrifying, the Old Tortoise said with lingering fear. It turned out that he had once again reached the top of Black Mountain. This time he was not so lucky. He tried to probe the mummified old monk. This time the old monk retaliated. The old monk displayed terrifying strength and sent Old Tortoise flying with a single slap. The Old Tortoise, who had the cultivation of a demon god, was actually not a match for the monk. As soon as they exchanged blows, he was already at a disadvantage. In the end, he could only break the void and escape into the inner world. Therefore, The shocking scene that Gu Fei, Shao Qing, and the Qilin Demon King witnessed happened. Chapter 464. Boom! Gu Fei's inner world was shaking violently. In the center of the inner world was an ancient cauldron that exuded a simple and ancient aura. It was just a slight tremble, but it was as if the immemorial divine mountain was shaking. Gu Fei's inner world instantly set off a terrifying energy wave. His inner world actually showed signs of collapsing. The earth trembled, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. The terrifying energy was wreaking havoc. At the edge of the chaos space, strange rumbling sounds were heard. The earth, water, fire, and wind surged violently. The void was collapsing and reforming. It was a terrifying, shocking scene of the chaos space separating the heaven and the earth. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in front of the ancient cauldron. On the ground around him, demon markings emerged, forming a great power of heaven and earth that protected him. The mighty energy fluctuations from the ancient cauldron were dissolved by the unpredictable power formed by the demon markings. He sat cross-legged in the array formed by the demon markings. His body was as still as a mountain, and his hands drew mysterious trajectories in front of him. A vast amount of yuan qi surged between his hands and integrated into the body of the ancient cauldron. Boom! Following Gu Fei's movements, the ancient cauldron in front of him, which exuded an infinite ancient aura, gently vibrated again. Gu Fei's expression was extremely solemn. His body surged with a heavy and terrifying yuan qi, and his forehead was covered with soybean-sized beads of sweat. He seemed to be very strained. His clothes were soaked in sweat, and the dazzling five-colored divine light penetrated through his body, making him look like a god or a demon. In the inner world, Gu Fei was not alone. The old tortoise stood not far behind Gu Fei, watching the scene in front of him nervously. Gu Fei was refining the mountain and river cauldron. He wanted to activate the primordial chaos aura contained in the mountain and river cauldron. Only that wisp of ancestral aura, which could evolve all things in the world, could break the barrier of the Hell Realm and enter the legendary Hell Realm. The ancient Buddha Lord had the ability to penetrate through the heavens and earth. His name had been passed down through the ages, and he was one of the few ancient mighty figures that people could still remember. Even if the old tortoise's cultivation was restored to its former peak, he would still be powerless to break the restriction he laid down. Ever since the old tortoise was chased by the mummy-like old monk on the Black Mountain, he had to break the void and escape into the inner world. He had to borrow the power of the inner world to scare the old monk away. He could not easily leave his inner world. The old tortoise was too much of a threat to him. The old tortoise could not believe that the old monk could easily defeat a demon god realm. The old tortoise was so strong that it could surpass the realm of immortals and Buddhas. The old tortoise injected the soul power of the third evil spirit into Gu Fei's body. After it was refined by Gu Fei, Gu Fei's cultivation was promoted to the peak of the third heaven of the royal void realm. But at this time they had already been in the wild ancient region in the far west for 2 or 3 years. After refining the third evil spirit, Gu Fei's cultivation did not break through to the fourth heaven of the royal void realm. With the improvement of his cultivation, the effect of refining the soul power seemed to be weakening. Refining the soul power of the first 2 evil spirits and the evil thing made Gu Fei's cultivation improve by a whole heaven. But refining the soul power of the third evil spirit only made Gu Fei's cultivation improve from the early rank of the third heaven to the peak rank of the third heaven. Fortunately, Gu Fei had been comprehending the Great Way imprint that the mysterious martial artist had branded in his heart day and night, so that he would not be unable to control the new power because of the sudden improvement of his cultivation. The peak of the third heaven of the royal void realm really made Gu Fei's progress in refining the mountain and river cauldron take a qualitative leap. In the next few months, Gu Fei successfully sensed the cauldron's soul of the mountain and river cauldron and communicated with it. This was a kind of communication on the mind. The reason why the extreme Tao sacred objects were called treasures was that these weapons had developed the most primitive spiritual intelligence, which was to say, they had developed a soul. In a sense, these extreme Tao weapons and extreme Tao magic treasures had developed a life of their own. They were independent living bodies and were no longer inanimate objects. Gu Fei communicated with the cauldron's soul through the art of heart refinement. He could already make the mountain and river cauldron vibrate and show signs of being driven by someone. Vast yuan qi constantly surged out from Gu Fei's hands. At the same time, the purple flame mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows also appeared. It emitted a powerful spiritual wave and shrouded the ancient cauldron in front of him. The combination of power and spiritual force formed a strange force field. There were colorful divine lights and spiritual clouds surging and flowing on the mountain and river cauldron. However, the mountain and river cauldron only vibrated from time to time. It was almost impossible for Gu Fei to truly control the mountain and river cauldron with his current cultivation. The old turtle stood behind Gu Fei, staring at the ancient cauldron in front of him that was surrounded by colorful light. His eyes flashed from time to time, and no one knew what he was thinking. The divine light that enveloped the mountain and river cauldron did not come from the mountain and river cauldron itself. Instead, it was derived from Gu Fei's yuan qi and spiritual force. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, his spiritual force was so powerful that it could be seen with the naked eye. The simple and unadorned body of the mountain and river cauldron was like a piece of divine iron that could not be refined. Apart from the occasional vibration, there was no other unusual movement. In Gu Fei's inner world, the power was vast. Endless yuan qi and powerful spiritual force wrapped around the mountain and river cauldron, as if it had formed an energy giant egg that was incubating the mountain and river cauldron inside. From time to time, a strong light shot out from the energy ball formed by the intertwining yuan qi and spiritual force. It shot directly into the chaotic zone, shattered the void, and then dissipated in the chaotic zone. Gu Fei's inner world was shaking. The mountain and river cauldron seemed to have turned into a colorful furnace. Even the void was distorted. Endless power and spiritual force constantly permeated the body of the mountain and river cauldron, but it could not truly fuse with the cauldron's soul. Given his current cultivation, it was already very incredible that he could sense the existence of the cauldron's soul. Even the old tortoise was shocked by this. In the end, the old tortoise concluded that Gu Fei's inner world was formed from the chaotic origin fetus that was bred in the mountain and river cauldron. It was originally connected to the mountain and river cauldron. It could even be said that Gu Fei's inner world was actually equivalent to a part of the mountain and river cauldron. It was only through this analysis that Gu Fei could sense the existence of the cauldron's soul in such a short time. Based on this refining speed, as long as Gu Fei continued to refine the mountain and river cauldron, perhaps after a few years, his spiritual force would be compatible with the cauldron's soul. As long as Gu Fei's spiritual force fused with the cauldron's soul, he would be able to refine the mountain and river cauldron. As long as the cauldron's soul recognized Gu Fei as its master, Gu Fei would be able to control the mountain and river cauldron. In the cultivation world, methods of refining magic treasures and weapons such as dripping blood to recognize one's master and merging with one's weapon were all useless in the face of supreme treasures. Supreme treasures were not ordinary magic treasures and weapons. They were magic treasures and weapons that had already developed souls. It could be said that a supreme treasure was a life, and it could not be refined by simply dripping a few drops of blood on it. Although it was a very primitive life form, it would still be difficult to obtain its recognition even if he used up all of his blood essence. Moreover, it was impossible to melt an extreme Tao weapon or magical treasure with a complete soul into one's body. It was absolutely impossible. There were only two methods to make a supreme treasure recognize one's master. One was to merge with the treasure soul and connect it with the user's bloodline. The user would then be able to control it like an arm and a finger, truly becoming one with the treasure. The other method was much more ruthless and tyrannical. It was the refining method of a supreme expert. A supreme expert could directly use supreme magical power to scatter the treasure's soul within the supreme treasure, and then use great magical power to reconstruct the treasure soul. This method was not something that ordinary people could use. It was the exclusive right of a supreme expert. Although this method was a little tricky, it was equivalent to sacrificing a new treasure. 3 days and 3 nights passed. The yuan qi and spiritual force in Gu Fei's body were constantly being consumed. The power in his body surged, and the 5-colored light lingered. In the end, when the yuan qi of the 5 elements in his body was about to be exhausted, he decisively stopped. If this continued, even if his yuan qi and spiritual force were completely exhausted, it would not be of any use. The purple divine flame between his eyebrows was about to disappear under Gu Fei's skin. His spiritual force was like a tide entering the mud-pill palace. The yuan qi of the 5 elements that was surging in his body gradually calmed down. The 5-colored light faded from the surface of his body, and the force field that enveloped the mountain and river cauldron also dissipated in the void. The old tortoise had been standing motionlessly behind Gu Fei for 3 days. When Gu Fei stopped, he walked forward and stared at the mountain and river cauldron for a while. It's indeed a supreme treasure. Without the powerful cultivation of the supreme immortal realm, it's really difficult to truly refine and control it. The old tortoise sighed after a long time. What should I do now? Gu Fei got up from the ground. At this moment, he felt extremely exhausted, as if he had fought with someone for 10 days and 10 nights. His yuan qi and spiritual force had been consumed too much. Let's recover our yuan qi first. With a wave of the old tortoise's hand, a dozen faint and illusory figures immediately flew out from his sleeve. They did not have flesh and blood, but were completely condensed from powerful spiritual force. Each of the spiritual bodies exuded a vast spiritual force. Gu Fei discovered that among the dozen or so spiritual bodies, the weakest one was as powerful as a human cultivator at the void-controlling realm. The dozen or so spiritual bodies appeared in Gu Fei's inner world, and the small world suddenly became eerie. Some of the spiritual bodies bared their fangs and brandished their claws like demons, while some were holy and flawless like fairies. The old tortoise did not care whether these spiritual bodies were demons or mortals when they were alive. Right now, these evil spirits and evil beings only had one purpose, and that was to become a part of Gu Fei's power. Immediately, the old tortoise dispersed the dozen or so spiritual bodies, and then guided the exploded spiritual force into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei was immediately shrouded in an incomparably pure spiritual force. It was as if he was surrounded by endless spiritual energy, or as if he was wrapped in a ball of warm water. Traces of spiritual force penetrated his skin and flesh from the surface of his body, seeping into his blood, flesh, and bones, directly replenishing the yuan qi he had consumed. Gu Fei felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. The spiritual force in his inner world was vast and mighty, as if there were countless broken souls screaming and struggling. After a good half an hour, Gu Fei's inner world gradually calmed down. Gu Fei's yuan qi was once again as vigorous as a 5-colored sun that had fallen to the ground, giving off a feeling that it was difficult to look directly at. After the bright, divine radiance faded, there was still a 5-colored brilliance flickering on Gu Fei's skin. His entire body seemed to be made of a piece of 5-element sacred iron, giving off a strong sense of power and oppression. After helping Gu Fei refine the spiritual force, the old tortoise looked at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. Your cultivation seems to have improved again. You warriors are simply freaks. You're the real monster, but a super antique monster. Gu Fei said snappily. He was very clear about his own situation. If it were not for the great path imprint in his body, it would have been difficult for him to achieve his current cultivation, even if he cultivated for a long time. The path of martial arts was far more difficult than other cultivation systems. For thousands of years, it could be said that there were very few cultivators who had succeeded in cultivating the martial way. It was because it was extremely difficult to become a sage with one's physical body, and it was difficult to achieve anything, which led to the complete decline of martial arts. It had to be said that Gu Fei was lucky. The yuan qi needed to cultivate the physical body and open the body's treasure was too huge. Every time he broke through the bottleneck of cultivation, he needed an endless amount of yuan qi as a backup. If he had purely relied on his own cultivation, Gu Fei would never have achieved what he had today. The mysterious yin-yang jade pendant and the great path imprint in his body were both things that cultivators dreamed of. The value of each was no less than the extreme treasure-level weapons and magic treasures. The great path imprint that the mysterious supreme warrior passed on to Gu Fei was far more valuable than the extreme treasure-level weapons and magic treasures. Cultivators cultivated all their lives for the sake of longevity, for the sake of comprehending the great path, and to coexist with the world immortal and indestructible. The great path imprint represented the extreme of the Tao and was the ultimate goal of cultivators to comprehend the great path. Those who could pass on the great path imprint were all the most powerful extreme path cultivators in the world, the strongest powerhouses in history. To a certain extent, these extreme path powerhouses had long broken away from life and death, and were infinitely close to the heavenly Tao, immortal and indestructible. Let's continue. Maybe in 3 or 5 years we can enter the Naraka realm. The old tortoise said, then directly broke the void and walked out of Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Fei's inner world could not trap powerhouses at the level of the old tortoise at all. Demon god-level powerhouses could directly shatter Gu Fei's inner world, shattering Gu Fei's bones and turning him into ashes. This was the difference between immortals and mortals, an insurmountable gap. Even if Gu Fei cultivated to the demigod realm, it would be difficult for him to match an immortal. Reality was cruel, and everything had a limit. Chapter 465. To the west of the Western Buddhist land was the land of the extreme West. There were many ancient regions that had yet to be explored by humans, and the land of the extreme West was one of them. The unknown ancient region was normally incomparably dangerous. There were ancient ruins there, terrifying death zones, and all kinds of dangers and dangers. It was enough to send anything that entered to their deaths. However, despite knowing that the unknown ancient regions were filled with all sorts of unimaginable dangers, there were still people who took the risk to enter these places to explore the unknown secrets. On a sunny morning, a small group of people walked out from the Western Buddhist land along the rugged mountain path. It wasn't a group of ordinary people, but a group of cultivators. There were 6 men and 3 women, and each of them had a magic treasure pouch or storage pouch hanging on their waist. There were also all sorts of oddly shaped weapons hanging on their bodies. Other than magic treasures, cultivators could also refine weapons. The weapons of cultivators were just like magic treasures, possessing great power. After leaving the territory of the Western Buddhist land, the weather became a little strange. The sky ahead was gloomy, giving off an indescribable pressure. This group of cultivators didn't fly in the sky. It seemed like there wasn't a peerless void controlling realm expert in the group. The cultivator leading the way was an old man with gray hair and dark skin who looked like he had been through a lot. The old man's cultivation wasn't the highest among the group of cultivators. Among the 6 men, there were 3 middle-aged cultivators and 2 young cultivators. As for the 3 female cultivators, one was a middle-aged woman with peerless beauty in a white dress, and the other 2 were young girls in black. There were no roads in the wild forest and mountains. The land of the extreme West was rarely visited by humans. Occasionally, cultivators would appear between the mountains and forests. The old man, leading the way, seemed to be very familiar with the surroundings. He kept walking forward at a moderate speed, as if he didn't think at all. After the group of cultivators walked for 100 miles in the wild forest and mountains, they arrived in front of a flat land. The old man waved his hand to signal the group to stop. "Elder Shang, what's wrong?" A middle-aged cultivator in green, with a sage-like demeanor, asked. The old man looked at the quiet flat land in front of him, rubbed his chin, and said, "We can't go forward anymore. We have to take a detour." "What?" Everyone felt a trace of shock and astonishment. The area in front of them was just a peaceful area without any danger. Couldn't they just pass through it directly? Why did he have to take a detour? There was a piece of land in front of them. It would take a lot of time to go around such a large piece of land that they could not see the end of. "Elder Shang, there aren't many days left until the next full moon. Will we be able to reach the desolate battlefield?" Another middle-aged cultivator asked worriedly. The old man pondered for a while before he raised his head and said, "We should be able to arrive on the night of the full moon. However, we must leave the ancient region before nightfall. Otherwise," the old man did not continue speaking, but a terrified expression appeared on his face. "Otherwise, what will happen?" Everyone couldn't help but be startled when they heard this. The ancient desolate realm was filled with killing intent. Even the most powerful cultivators wouldn't be willing to enter it. Although they had to enter the ancient desolate battlefield due to various reasons, it didn't mean that they were willing to die. The old man's deep gaze swept across everyone's faces. He didn't answer, but everyone felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts after being swept by his gaze. "Let's go." The old man led the way and was about to walk along the land. However, just as the old man was about to take a step forward, the two young cultivators in the group revealed disapproving expressions and directly entered the land. "You." The old man stared at the two young cultivators in fear. "If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." The old man shouted at the two young cultivators who entered the land. He was extremely excited. The extreme west was filled with danger, and there were some places that absolutely could not be entered. The old man felt that the land ahead was a bit strange, so he decided to take a detour. However, the two young cultivators were like newborn calves that weren't afraid of tigers. They didn't believe this. The two young cultivators had already entered the land, so they turned around and said to the old man, "Elder Shang, everyone says that you are the devil of the extreme west. Why are you so cowardly?" "Outrageous." The old man was so emotional that his voice was trembling. "Look, didn't we just enter the basin? Nothing happened. The way I see it, we should just make our way through the basin," said one of the young cultivators who was standing before the basin forest. "That's right. Elder Shang, I think." One of the young cultivators who had been silent this whole time wanted to say something, but stopped. It seemed like he was already tempted. Everyone knew that going through the land ahead would save them a lot of time. There weren't many days left until the next full moon. The desolate battlefield in the extreme west would turn into a terrifying land of death during a full moon. It was as if hell had descended on the world. Gods would perish when they entered, Buddhas would destroy Buddhas when they entered, and devils would be slain when they entered. No one had ever walked out of the desolate battlefield during a full moon. Time was of the essence, so everyone was eager to try. However, the old man, surnamed Shang's, weathered face sank. His already dark face became even darker than the bottom of a pot. "If you want to court death, I definitely won't stop you. Farewell, I don't want the reward." With that, the old man clasped his hands at everyone and turned around to leave. "Elder Shang, wait a moment. Elder Shang, please don't be angry. You too. Why aren't you coming out and apologizing to Elder Shang?" Everyone panicked when they saw that the old man was about to leave. One had to know that Elder Shang was one of the few people in the Buddhist land who was willing to take the risk to enter the desolate battlefield. Even if they were willing to pay a huge price, it was still difficult to invite such a person. Her white robes fluttered in the wind as the middle-aged woman flew forward like a cloud of green smoke and stopped Elder Shang from leaving. She smiled at Elder Shang and said, "Elder Shang, don't be impatient. Everything can be discussed." The old man raised his head to look at the woman who stopped him and said, "It's not that I'm not giving Goddess Yao face, but if they continue to act recklessly, they will get us all killed sooner or later." The old man's tone was extremely serious. "TSK, isn't he just an old man and a rogue cultivator? What's there to be arrogant about?" The two young cultivators who entered the battlefield muttered in disdain. However, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous under the murderous gazes of the crowd. After a moment of hesitation, the two of them began to walk away. However, just as the two young cultivators began to walk back and took their first step, whoosh! A crack appeared in the void in front of them, swallowing them up in an instant. Without any warning, the young cultivator disappeared in an instant. "Ah, save us!" In the next moment, two bone-chilling screams and cries of agony came from the depths of the battlefield. Judging from the voices, it was the two young cultivators. Everyone's faces instantly turned pale. They never thought that the two young cultivators would be teleported into the depths of the land by an unfathomable force. Whoosh! Everyone hurriedly retreated and did not dare to get close to the battlefield. No one could believe that the seemingly peaceful battlefield was filled with danger. It was as if one could only enter the battlefield and not leave. It was fine to go in, but if one took a step back, they would be instantly transported to the depths of the battlefield. Very soon, the cries of agony from the depths of the battlefield completely disappeared. No one knew what kind of danger the two young cultivators had encountered in the depths of the battlefield. However, there was one thing that everyone was certain of: the fate of the two young cultivators. The middle-aged woman stared at the battlefield in front of her in shock. This is only the outskirts of the desolate battlefield. The dark-skinned, middle-aged man's temples were dripping with cold sweat. He secretly rejoiced that he was the one who entered the battlefield. This is the far west. It is filled with danger. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Elder Shang's voice trembled as he spoke with fear on his face. "Rumble!" Just then the sound of thousands of horses galloping came from the depths of the battlefield. It also sounded like the rumbling of thunder from the nine heavens. Everyone was shocked as they felt the tremors coming from under their feet. "Let's go." The elder was the first to turn around and run. His spiritual energy seeped out of his body and turned into a bright spiritual light that swept across the ground like a lightning bolt. Whoosh! 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 Everyone's expressions changed. They turned around and followed behind the old man, running as if they were flying. The middle-aged woman in white opened her mouth and spat out a yellow flying sword. She leaped into the air and stepped on the flying sword to escape. Like a rainbow, the middle-aged woman quickly overtook the crowd and caught up to the elder. The three middle-aged cultivators were obviously from different forces. Every step the dark-skinned, middle-aged man took, there was a vast amount of spiritual energy under his feet. One could vaguely see runes disappearing under his feet. The other two middle-aged cultivators also used their own techniques and ran through the forest like lightning. Their speed was no slower than the dark-skinned, middle-aged man's. After running for tens of li, the group finally stopped. They turned around and looked back. The world before them had completely changed. Dark clouds covered the sky, and terrifying lightning flashed within the dark clouds. It was as if a terrifying devil had been awakened. Rumble, the world shook as a terrifying aura that caused everyone's heart to palpitate came from the front. At this moment, the forest became completely silent as if all sound had disappeared. Chapter 466. The ancient savage realm was definitely not a good place in the Tunglong continent. Even if cultivators entered, there was a chance that they wouldn't be able to return. In the cultivation world, not many people were willing to enter the unknown. However, there were some adventurers who would occasionally appear near the ancient savage realm. Where there was danger, there would also be opportunities. The ancient savage realm was a place where immortals and mortals were extinct. Although there were unknown dangers, it was still possible for heavenly treasures or ancient ruins to grow in such a desolate place. The founders of the three great Tao sects encountered a great opportunity in the 100,000 mountain range and obtained the Tao sacred scripture. That was how they established the Tao sects and became one of the few cultivation forces in the world. Those who entered the ancient savage realm, ancient ruins, or dangerous places were mostly old monsters at the void controlling realm who were nearing the end of their lifespans. However, the group led by Old Man Shang to the ancient desolate battlefield this time was not made up of old monsters at the void controlling realm who were nearing the end of their lifespans. After bypassing the dangerous place, Old Man Shang continued to lead 3 men and 3 women, a total of 6 cultivators, toward the ancient desolate battlefield. 2 young cultivators were devoured by the dangerous place because they didn't listen to the old man's advice. After this incident, everyone trusted the old man completely. No one had any objections. Everyone followed the old man's lead and didn't dare to do anything out of line. One had to know that this was the ancient savage realm. They could only enter and exit safely by following the experienced Old Man Shang. The old man was indeed quite capable. Under his lead, the group avoided several dangerous places. The old man seemed to know where they could go and where they couldn't. When night fell, the group arrived near the ancient, desolate battlefield. The old man brought the group to a bare, blood-colored hill and stopped. "Let's spend the night here." The old man looked at the sky, then carefully observed the surroundings before speaking to the crowd. At the ancient savage realm in the far west, no stars could be seen in the sky after nightfall. Only a brown mist drifted in the dusky sky, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. The old man led the group to the blood-colored hill. Everyone felt that this hill was very strange. The rocks beneath their feet were eerily red, as if they had been soaked in fresh blood. The blood-colored hill wasn't tall, only around 500 to 600 meters tall. Halfway up the hill, there was a huge blood-colored stone that was several zhang tall. The old man led the group toward the blood-colored stone. When they got closer, they discovered that there was a pitch-black cave behind the stone. The group was startled. Some subconsciously reached their hands into their storage pouches and held on to their treasures while being on guard. Anything could happen in the savage ancient region. Only by being careful and maintaining a high level of vigilance could one live longer than others. "Don't worry, there is no danger here. We will spend the night in the cave and enter the ancient, desolate battlefield during the day." The old man consoled everyone when he saw how nervous they were. The group immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, just when everyone was about to relax, ahoo! Sound was heard, and a gust of cold wind suddenly rushed out of the pitch-black cave. Everyone's expression changed. The old man, surnamed Shang, was the first to dash down the mountain with a whoosh. His speed was as fast as he could be. "This old thing, this damn guy," the group was so scared that they almost jumped up from the ground. They cursed under their breaths and turned around to run. This old thing was too unreliable. He just said that there was no danger here, but he was the first to run when there was any movement. The group rushed down from the blood-colored hill as if their butts were on fire. When they felt that there was nothing chasing after them, they stopped and turned around to look behind them. The blood-colored hill was quiet. There was no movement at all. Only the cold wind blew from time to time, producing a ghostly howl. "What's going on?" The old man came over and looked at the hill in doubt. "Old Shang, didn't you say that there was no danger here?" The middle-aged woman in white said to the old man with displeasure. If it wasn't for the fact that they needed the old man to lead the way, she would have been furious. The old man scratched his messy white hair awkwardly and said to the middle-aged woman, "Maybe I am too sensitive. Please don't be offended, Fairy Yao. Along the way, the old man was cold to everyone except for the middle-aged woman in white. He was very respectful and did not dare to slight her. The others were very curious. What was the relationship between Fairy Yao and this old man? However, as curious as they were, no one dared to ask. I have observed the force of heaven and earth in the surrounding area. There shouldn't be any danger here. The old man looked up at the sky and scanned the surroundings for a while. He didn't feel anything was wrong. Therefore, he climbed up the blood-colored hill again. However, this time, no one was willing to follow the old man up this extremely evil, blood-colored hill. 3 middle-aged cultivators and 3 female cultivators were watching from the foot of the hill. Humph! Such a coward dares to enter the desolate battlefield? The old man muttered in disdain. He puffed out his chest and walked up the hill like a hero. This old thing. Someone cursed in a low voice. This old thing. Someone clenched his teeth. The old man seemed to have forgotten who was the first to run away. Everyone who heard the old man's words, except for the middle-aged woman, showed anger on their faces. Roar! Just as the old man approached the cave behind the blood-colored rock, the roar of a beast suddenly came from the cave. The loud roar echoed in the surrounding area and spread far away. Everyone at the foot of the mountain was so frightened by the beast's roar that they almost turned around and fled. Just at this moment, the shadow of a black beast pounced out of the cave. A gust of foul wind immediately spread out in front of the cave. The old man was also shocked. Just as he was about to turn around and run down the hill, the beast had already pounced out of the cave. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour the old man. The beast was very fast. The old man didn't even have a clear look at the beast before it was already in front of him. Die, evil beast! Without thinking, the old man grabbed forward with both hands. 10 rays of light from his fingers pierced forward like 10 divine swords. A chilly wind spread from the old man's hands as he attacked. Suddenly, the chilly wind blew from the waist of the hill. The chilly and evil aura made people's hearts palpitate. The cultivation method that the old man cultivated did not seem to be a righteous cultivation method. Instead, it was a cultivation method that leaned towards the evil path. This old man was definitely not a righteous person. Chi, 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 chi. The 10 resplendent finger glows missed without a doubt, and all of them shot onto the body of the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast let out a ferocious roar and was sent flying by the sharp finger force. It heavily collided with the incomparably hard blood-colored mountain wall. The old man was very shocked. His finger power actually did not penetrate the body of the beast. At this moment, he also saw the appearance of the beast clearly. It was a black tiger. To be more accurate, it was a black tiger with 3 eyes. There was a tiger eye on the forehead of the black tiger. The 3 tiger eyes emitted a deep and ominous glint as they stared fiercely at the old man. The 3-eyed black tiger had already stood up from the ground. Its front claws were constantly clawing the ground. The incomparably hard, blood-colored rock was actually scratched by its sharp claws. Why aren't you coming to help? The old man shouted at the foot of the hill. This black tiger seemed a little difficult to deal with. Its skin was thick and its flesh was thick. His finger power that could penetrate metal was actually unable to injure it. The beasts in the ancient savage region were far stronger than those in other places. This 3-eyed black tiger was extremely powerful. Its body was as hard as steel. It was incomparably tough. Roar! The black tiger let out a loud roar. It squatted down and used its 4 claws to push off the ground. It turned into a black ray of light and pounced towards the old man like a black bolt of lightning. Swish! Just as the old man was about to attack, a yellow ray of light shot out from behind him. Following that, he felt a powerful fluctuation of sword energy coming from behind him. The yellow sword light was like a spirit snake as it shot towards the black tiger. The black tiger seemed to know how powerful it was and wanted to dodge it. However, the sword light was like lightning. In an instant, the yellow sword light wrapped around the black tiger. Swish! There was a sudden burst of blood. The black tiger let out a roar and was actually cut in half at the waist. The two halves of the tiger's carcass fell from the sky. An incomparably foul smell of blood filled the air. Swish! The yellow sword light retreated. A white figure walked out from behind the old man. The yellow sword light immediately entered that person's body. The cold sword energy that filled the surroundings immediately receded like a tide. Many thanks for your help, Fairy Yao. The old man cupped his hands towards the white figure. That person was the white-clothed, otherworldly middle-aged woman. Elder Shang is too polite. Fairy Yao said with a faint smile, "This damned black tiger, it really deserves to die for scaring me." A middle-aged cultivator strode forward and ruthlessly stomped on the three-eyed black tiger's ferocious head a few times. At this time, everyone had already walked up the hill. Suddenly, the old man seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked towards the blood-colored peak. Then his swarthy face revealed an expression of extreme shock. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly followed his gaze. With one look, everyone's expression changed. The two young female cultivators' bodies trembled. Their legs gave way, and they almost fell to the ground. Chapter 467. What a heavy smell of death. It's over, it's over. We have encountered an evil being. Elder Shang's voice was trembling. He seemed to be very afraid of the person holding the black rod. What? Everyone turned pale with fright and slowly retreated. In an instant, everyone grabbed their magic weapons and weapons in their hands and stared at the man on top of the mountain. It's useless. There's only one outcome for encountering an evil being in the ancient savage region, and that's death. The old man's face was deathly pale as he muttered with extreme terror. That's not for sure, the black-haired, middle-aged cultivator said coldly. In his hand, there was a small bronze pagoda the size of a fist. This pagoda had 3 levels and was less than half a foot tall. Its surface was speckled and green. It was obvious that it was an antique and gave off an ancient vibe. This is... The old man's eyes widened when he saw the 3-story pagoda. It can't be that thing. That thing has 9 stories, but this pagoda only has 3. The Shangqing sect really replicated the ancient treasure, the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda? Goddess Yao stared at the pagoda in shock. Yao Ji, although you are only an outer sect disciple of Guangcheng Immortal Sect and have not entered the sect, you seem to know quite a few secrets of the Dao sect. The black-haired, middle-aged man looked at Yao Ji meaningfully. Yao Ji snickered and stopped talking. Sword energy surged around her, and a yellow sword light was guided out of her body. It was obvious that though Yao Ji was only an outer sect disciple of the Guangqing Celestial Sect, she seemed to have received the teachings of the Guangqing Celestial Sect. A flying sword was trained by her and emitted a shocking amount of sword energy. The path of the sword immortal allowed the sword energy to travel around the entire body, using the sword to train the body, using the spirit to nurture the sword, becoming one with the sword. Out of all techniques, this was the technique with the heaviest killing intent. Let's slowly descend the mountain, the elder said. Though the middle-aged cultivator from the Shangqing sect had the replica of the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda, in a critical moment he might not help them. Just as everyone was about to move, the tall figure standing at the top of the mountain moved. He soared into the sky and then directly smashed down from the sky like a meteor. Don't act rashly. Don't run. The old man yelled, but it was too late. The 2 young female cultivators had already turned around and fled down the mountain. The tall figure holding the black rod stretched out his hand in the air, and the 2 young female cultivators who were fleeing down the mountain were immediately sent flying back. Then, They were thrown heavily onto the bloody ground. That person didn't directly kill the 2 female cultivators who were trying to escape. Could it be that he wanted to toy with them before killing them? Boom! With a loud bang, that imposing figure descended from the sky, causing the incomparably hard, blood-colored ground to crack and cave in. The entire blood-colored hill shook. Everyone was shaken to the point that they stumbled and stumbled. Those who were slightly weaker fell to the ground. Everyone was horrified. This evil creature was too powerful. Tonight is not the night of the full moon. Don't these evil beings only appear on the night of the full moon? Is the legend wrong? Some people screamed, some people exclaimed. Chaos ensued on the mountainside as the earth quaked. A terrifying breath of death spread across the mountainside. The tall figure holding the black stick was like the grim reaper descending to the world. He walked out of the huge pit step by step. Bang! 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 The heavy footsteps were like heavy hammers bombarding everyone's hearts. It was like a murderous sound. The footsteps were actually at the same frequency as their heartbeats. Blood flowed from the corners of everyone's mouths. Hum! A sword cry that sounded like the cry of a crane rang out halfway up the mountain. Then, an endless amount of sword chi suddenly erupted. Thousands of rays of yellow light shot out, piercing through the void and shooting towards the terrifying figure that walked out of the pit. It was a middle-aged man wearing ancient armor. He was as tall and sturdy as a mountain. Facing the thousands of rays of yellow light, he still remained expressionless as he walked out of the pit step by step. Whoosh! When the countless rays of sword chi flew in front of him, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The countless rays of sword chi were immediately pulled into his mouth by an extremely powerful suction force. Afterwards, the burly man opened his mouth and spat out all the sword chi he had sucked in. Thousands of streaks of golden light shot out from his mouth, filling the sky as they pierced towards everyone. Roar! The black-haired, middle-aged cultivator with the 3-story bronze pagoda in his hand roared and summoned the pagoda in his hand. The pagoda shot up into the sky and quickly grew larger. It emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation, and like a huge mountain, it came crashing down. Rumble! Endless power surged out from under the 3-story pagoda. The void seemed to be imprisoned. The thousands of yellow rays of sword chi that were flying back were instantly fixed in the void. The 3-story bronze pagoda that was the size of a small mountain pressed down with unparalleled power. It was like an ancient divine mountain falling from the sky, suppressing in all directions. The thousands of rays of sword chi that were fixed in the void collapsed and were annihilated. The 3-story bronze pagoda displayed a terrifying power. The vast energy wave that it emitted made people's hearts palpitate. When the rays of sword chi were broken, Yao Ji immediately suffered a great impact. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her body shook violently. She staggered back and her expression immediately became weary. At this moment, the others breathed a sigh of relief. After the bronze pagoda collapsed the thousands of rays of sword chi, it continued to press down on the man in ancient armor with the black rod in his hand. The terrifying power caused the world on the other side to tremble. The blood-colored mountain shook violently as if it could collapse at any time. It was like the end of the world. This is just a replica. The old man stared at the bronze pagoda that was pressing down from the sky and murmured to himself. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was said that the Taoist gate wanted to refine the mysterious yellow pagoda. However, in the process of refining, they could only refine it to the 3rd level. The masters of the Taoist gate tried their best and consumed countless precious materials. They failed countless times, but they still could not refine the 4th level of the pagoda. Therefore, the imitation of the mysterious yellow pagoda ended in failure. In the end, the masters of the Taoist gate could only refine a 3-story pagoda. Even though it was not even a semi-finished product, it still possessed unfathomable power. This was because the pagoda contained a trace of heaven and earth chi. It was this trace of heaven and earth chi that made the pagoda an important treasure of the Tao sect. Humph! The burly man in ancient armor snorted coldly and directly swung his rod at the bronze pagoda that was pressing down from the sky. Whoosh! The rod moved and the wind blew. The void was shaken by the inconspicuous black rod. Everywhere the black rod passed, ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. Bang! The long rod smashed into the 3-story pagoda that was as huge as a mountain. Then, a shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The bronze pagoda was smashed into pieces by the rod. The black-haired, middle-aged Taoist's face was pale, and he vomited blood. The imitation of the mysterious yellow pagoda was smashed into pieces. Those who knew the origin of this treasure were all stunned. It was hard to imagine that this important treasure of the Taoist gate was smashed into pieces by someone. Among the countless pieces that exploded, a trace of mysterious yellow chi floated out and was then absorbed by the inconspicuous black rod. The old man was shocked. He had a special technique that could sense all kinds of spiritual chi in the world and use it to observe the power of heaven and earth to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. The inconspicuous black rod could actually absorb the mysterious yellow chi. How could the old man not be shocked? It's over, it's over. Everyone was close to despair. Even the imitation of the mysterious yellow pagoda was smashed into pieces by the rod. How could they fight against that terrifying evil thing? The burly man with the black rod continued to press forward. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the direction of the desolate battlefield. The burly man immediately stopped and turned to look in the direction of the desolate battlefield. After waiting for 3 years, have we finally succeeded? The burly man murmured to himself. His lifeless eyes began to flicker with light, and the aura of death surged around him. However, apart from the endless aura of death, there seemed to be a trace of vitality in his body. Swoosh! The burly man flew into the sky with the black rod in his hand. He ignored the people on the Blood Mountain and flew directly in the direction of the desolate battlefield. In an instant, he disappeared into the dark night. After a long time, everyone gradually woke up. It was as if they had just had a horrible nightmare. Everyone truly felt how good it was to be alive at this moment. The 2 young female cultivators even started to cry. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the desolate battlefield dozens of miles away. The rolling sound waves were vast and mighty. Then, everyone immediately felt an extremely terrifying energy wave surging out from the desolate battlefield. The sky and earth were shaking. Rumble. In the depths of the desolate battlefield, there was an incomparably shocking sound that sounded like tens of thousands of horses galloping. Strong rays of light tore through the void, illuminating the dark and evil world, and rushed into the endless sky. What's going on? Tonight is not the night of the full moon. Everyone on the Blood Mountain was completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Chapter 468. In the depths of the desolate battlefield, the weather changed. Blood-colored lightning descended from the sky, and dark clouds surged. The entire desolate battlefield trembled as a terrifying power surged. Endless divine light soared into the sky, and countless blood-colored lightning bolts dissipated under the divine light. Vaguely, everyone on the blood-color mountain seemed to see an ancient cauldron as large as a mountain standing between the heavens and the earth. No one knew what was happening, but they all felt an endless pressure, and their breathing became rapid. Elder Shang, this? Fairy Yao Ji asked. The scene ahead was too shocking. It was as if the heavens and earth had changed. It was as if there were 2 extremely terrifying powers clashing and canceling each other out. Today isn't the night of the full moon. The old man murmured with a face full of disbelief. He knew that if he didn't enter the desolate battlefield on a night of the full moon, he would have a high chance of coming out alive, but today, not to mention the moon, not even the stars in the sky were dim. The desolate battlefield ahead shouldn't have such a soul-stirring phenomenon. The two young female cultivators who were sobbing were also stunned by the phenomenon in the depths of the desolate battlefield and forgot to cry. Swish! Old Man Shang left behind an afterimage as he rushed down the mountain like a phantom. To everyone's surprise, he wasn't running back the way he came, but towards the evil and terrifying primordial battlefield in front of him. Elder Shang! Yao Ji exclaimed. She never thought that the old man would still dare to enter the desolate battlefield at this time. There was really an unfathomable power enveloping the entire desolate battlefield. The evil and terrifying power seemed to have been stimulated. In the desolate battlefield, bloody mist rose and chilling winds howled. It seemed to have turned into a terrifying region. The blood-colored mountain was actually not far from the desolate battlefield. The old man crossed a few hills and rushed into the desolate battlefield, disappearing into the bloody mist. Everyone was extremely shocked. They scratched their heads and couldn't figure out why old Shang would take the risk to enter the evil and terrifying desolate battlefield ahead. Anyone could see that there was unknown danger ahead. Apart from old Shang, none of the other cultivators on the blood-colored mountain moved. No one had the courage to enter the desolate battlefield at this time. Woo! The cold wind whistled and the blood mist surged. It was as if countless demons and ghosts were roaring in the fierce land ahead, giving people a creepy feeling. After the old man rushed into the desolate battlefield, he felt an even stronger energy fluctuation. It had to be said that the desolate battlefield was truly strange and terrifying. An unfathomable evil power enveloped the entire world. Moreover, this power was still increasing rapidly, as if a prehistoric demon had been awakened. The earth was shaking, and the void was being torn apart. Blood-colored lightning erupted with an evil, blood-colored light, illuminating the world from time to time. It was as if the world had been soaked in blood. Sprinting towards the source of the energy wave, old Shang seemed to see a mysterious figure looming in the blood mist. It was an evil being that should not appear at this time. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and an extremely powerful wave of energy came from the front. Thousands of beams of divine light shot up into the sky, seemingly piercing through the void and dispersing the endless blood mist and dark clouds that enveloped the desolate battlefield. Stars appeared in the sky, sprinkling down endless starlight. Look! Roar! Roar! There seemed to be a wild beast roaring. The roar was earth-shattering, and an endless ancient aura spread across the desolate battlefield. Huge shadows of beasts rushed over from the front. Old Shang was scared out of his wits, and he quickly dodged. However, the huge shadows of beasts were too fast. In just a moment, the shadows of the beasts had already rushed in front of him with heavy footsteps. My life is over. The old man closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. However, after the old man felt a chill all over his body, the heavy footsteps went far away in an instant. When the old man opened his eyes, the figures of the savage beasts had already rushed over 1,000 feet behind him. The old man was very surprised, because he realized that those huge beasts were not real beasts with flesh and blood, but just shadows that had form but no substance. The old man continued forward, and when he reached the depths of the desolate battlefield, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. On top of a mountain of bones, a giant that was thousands of meters tall was holding up an ancient cauldron the size of a small mountain. There were countless shadows of beasts on the body of the ancient cauldron. From time to time, some wild beasts that had never been seen or heard of before would rush out from the ancient cauldron and run in all directions. Only then did the old man realize why there were so many terrifying primordial beasts running in the desolate battlefield just now. Could it be? The old man's eyes lit up, and he looked at the man and the cauldron on the mountain of bones in disbelief. He was extremely shocked. Old Shang was not an ordinary person. He knew many secrets that even the super forces that had thousands of years of inheritance in the cultivation world did not know. Look, the mountain and river cauldron. How is this possible? The old man murmured. The man and the cauldron in front of him emitted a terrifying aura. The giant seemed to be carrying the entire world, and it seemed to be extremely strenuous. The giant that stood on top of the mountain of bones was not really a giant made of flesh and blood, but condensed from endless yuan qi. Under this extremely terrifying pressure, the old man felt as if his body was being pressed by an ancient divine mountain, and his feet had already sunk into the incomparably hard, blood-red soil. "Brat, put in a little more effort. We're almost there." A loud shout suddenly resounded, and a dazzling 5-colored divine light radiated from the giant's body. It was as if an ancient deity had returned to the world. Terrifying energy fluctuations set off layers upon layers of energy waves, sweeping out in all directions. Wow! Crack! 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 Countless white bones were swept up into the sky, and the mountain of bones immediately disappeared from the old man's sight. The dried bones within a radius of several miles were all swept away by the energy that swept out. Countless white bones were shattering, and then they turned into bone powder that drifted between heaven and earth. Only the sparkling and resplendent god bones and a few demon bones that were as black as ink did not shatter, but they were also scattered in all directions. Roar! The 5-colored deity held an ancient cauldron with countless prehistoric beast shadows in its hands. It roared at the sky, and the roar shook the heaven and earth. The old man only felt a buzz in his ears, and then he could not hear anything else. The world seemed to fall silent in an instant. In the vast and violent energy storm, the old man was like a lonely boat in the raging sea. He could not stand steadily, and he kept retreating, as if he was about to be swept away by the storm. Thunder shook the sky, and the terrifying blood-red lightning that connected heaven and earth continuously struck down. Countless faint and illusory beast shadows disappeared under the blood-red lightning. The ancient cauldron that the giant was holding shook repeatedly under the bombardment of the lightning. Countless beast souls were awakened, and the prehistoric beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to have come to life. They all struggled to transform from the body of the cauldron and roared at the sky. At the same time, the ancient cauldron received endless starlight, as if there were countless stars appearing on the ancient cauldron, shining in all directions. The ancient carvings on the ancient cauldron seemed to have turned into illusions and rushed out from the body of the cauldron. It was a hazy world. Yes, it was a hazy world, as if there was a world imprinted on the mountain and river cauldron. This scene was shocking, and unbelievable. Wah! The 5-colored giant that was holding the cauldron suddenly roared in pain, and its body showed signs of collapsing. What's going on? The loud voice from before sounded again. Old Tortoise, I can't hold on any longer. The 5-colored giant exhaled, and his voice shook the sky, covering the sound of thunder in the sky. There's only one last step left. Don't give up. The voice encouraged. I'll give you a hand. Then a part of the void suddenly shattered, and a figure walked out of the void. Immediately, the world was filled with demon chi, as if a peerless giant demon was born. Demon God. How can there be demon gods in this world? This is too crazy. Old Shang's heart shrank violently, and he almost couldn't breathe. The hazy figure that broke the void and directly walked out of the void was definitely a powerful demon that had long gone extinct. As soon as it appeared, the entire world was shaken by its boundless demon chi. The monstrous figure with towering demonic chi strolled in the air. With every step he took, his body would double in size. With a few steps, the figure had already become as tall as the giant that carried the mountain and river cauldron. The demon god that broke the void came behind the 5-colored giant, then stretched out its right hand and pressed on the back of the 5-colored giant, and endless demon chi was continuously transmitted. Boom! With the support of endless demon chi, the body of the five-colored giant suddenly burst into a brilliant light, illuminating the entire world and dispelling the dark clouds and blood mist within a radius of more than 10 miles. Roar! Divine sense manifestation, external body. The five-colored giant roared, and a powerful soul and divine sense fluctuation came from its glabella. The extremely powerful divine sense quickly gathered, as if it was going to separate a part of its soul. Swoosh! A purple figure rushed out from the five-colored giant glabella. Although the illusory figure was blurry, it was surrounded by dazzling purple divine light. After the figure rushed out from the five-colored giant glabella, it flew towards the mountain and river cauldron that the five-colored giant was holding. The figure seemed to pass through a layer of transparent water curtain and actually entered the body of the cauldron. Hum! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently, and the entire world seemed to be collapsing. The ground was cracking, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. At the same time, the prehistoric giant beasts engraved on the body of the cauldron all seemed to come to life, turning into illusory soul shadows that rushed out from the body of the cauldron. The beasts' roars shook the world, and the sky was filled with the shadows of wild beasts that had never been seen before, galloping, flying, roaring, and baring their fangs and claws, emitting a horrifying aura that made even the world pale. Look. Chapter 469. The world, mountains, and rivers were shaking. The entire desolate battlefield was shaking violently. Bottomless fissures appeared on the blood-colored ground, and endless evil aura rushed out from the fissures. The desolate battlefield was suddenly filled with ghostly cries and gusts of chilly wind. The world was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. It was as if countless evil spirits were about to rush out from the ground. Only where the mountain and river cauldron was, the beasts danced wildly. The vast power dispersed endless yin chi and blood mist, breaking the seal of the evil power in the sky above the desolate battlefield. The sky was dotted with stars, sprinkling endless starlight. In the end, Old Shang was still knocked unconscious by the terrifying power and fell into the blood dust and bone powder. The entire desolate battlefield seemed to have turned into azure hell. The evil aura became unprecedentedly strong. There seemed to be evil spirits looming in the chilly wind and blood mist, emitting a terrifying evil aura. Not only was the entire desolate battlefield affected by the terrifying energy from the mountain and river cauldron, even the Western Buddhist land hundreds of miles away was shaking. Even those Buddhist monks who had been in seclusion for many years rushed out of their seclusion. Everyone was inexplicably terrified. The Western Buddhist land was the place where the Buddhist Lord once preached. There were Buddhist treasures guarding the earth's spirit veins. Even if the mountains and rivers changed, it wouldn't affect the Buddhist land. However, at this time there was a power that shook the entire Buddhist land. Even the Buddhist monks were shocked. All the eminent monks of the Buddhist League could clearly sense that the force that shook the land of Buddhism came from the far west. On the holy mountain of the Western Buddhist land, a few beams of bright Buddhist light rushed out. There were Buddhist monks riding on strange beasts and holding golden wheels in their hands. They quickly disappeared into the western sky. At this time, in the depths of the desolate battlefield, Gu Fei roared and desperately tried to refine the mountain and river cauldron. He used the external body technique of divine sense to send a strand of his divine sense into the mountain and river cauldron. Things didn't seem to go smoothly. That strand of divine sense couldn't get close to the cauldron's soul. The souls of countless ancient beasts almost tore that strand of divine sense into pieces and devoured it. On the mountain and river cauldron, there were countless primitive beasts imprisoned. Fortunately, these beasts had lost their intelligence and were under the control and deterrence of the cauldron's soul. They did not take the initiative to attack Gu Fei's divine will. Wah-wah. I don't believe that I can't refine this mountain and river cauldron. The old tortoise desperately stimulated the demonic power in his body and transmitted it into Gu Fei's body. Wow. Old tortoise, are you trying to kill me? Your demonic energy is going to make my body explode. Old tortoise ran its demonic power with all its might, but Gu Fei was scared out of his wits. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were almost shattered by the vast demonic power surging behind him. Blood oozed out of his 7 orifices, and he looked extremely hideous. I'm really sorry. The old tortoise hurriedly suppressed the surging demonic power in its body. It knew that with Gu Fei's current cultivation, even if his body was as strong as a spiritual treasure, it would still be difficult for him to withstand the powerful force that it transmitted over. There was a difference of 2 realms between the void-controlling realm and the demon god realm. If Gu Fei was not a martial artist with an extremely strong body, and if it were any other cultivator, his body would have long been burst by the old tortoise's demonic power, and his soul would have been destroyed. After the divine will that was separated from Gu Fei went deep into the mountain and river cauldron, it felt as if it was passing through chaos. From time to time, there were terrifying soul fluctuations rushing past him. He knew that those were the beast souls imprisoned in the mountain and river cauldron. The primitive god who refined the mountain and river cauldron was really generous. He actually imprisoned the beast souls of countless primitive beasts in the mountain and river cauldron. If he could control the mountain and river cauldron, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a powerful army composed entirely of primitive beasts? An army composed entirely of primitive beasts. Who in the world could compete with such an army of savage beasts? Just thinking about it made Gu Fei's heart tremble. He didn't know how long he had traveled in the cauldron. Suddenly, Gu Fei felt that there was a sudden suction in front of him, pulling him over. Although it was only a wisp of divine will that entered the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei felt the same. The martial artist's Dharma form that was condensed from the endless power of the 5 elements also began to tremble. What's wrong? The old tortoise, who had one hand behind Gu Fei, immediately felt the strangeness of Gu Fei's body. He hurriedly asked. His hand was still continuously transmitting demonic power into Gu Fei's body. My divine will has been sucked away. Gu Fei said in a panic. What? The old tortoise couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He had a bad feeling that this sacrificial refining of the mountain and river cauldron would end in failure. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. The 5 elements, yuan, qi, all over his body surged. Rays of 5-colored divine light surrounded his Dharma form like a 5-colored rainbow. His body emitted an unprecedentedly powerful energy fluctuation. Rumble! At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron that was supported by Gu Fei's Dharma form suddenly became as heavy as 100,000 divine mountains. It pressed down on him. Gu Fei's Dharma form immediately sank to the ground. At the same time, the wisp of divine will that Gu Fei had left in the mountain and river cauldron was sucked in by a chaotic light in the endless darkness and then disappeared into the chaotic light. Bang! In the Dharma form, Gu Fei seemed to have gone mad. His long hair danced wildly, and a trace of blood seeped out of the purple flame between his eyebrows. Boom! A grayish gas, which seemed to be from the time when the chaos had yet to be formed, rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. The tens of thousands of blood-colored lightning bolts that bombarded down from the sky all dissipated under this terrifying chaos primordial qi, turning into the most primitive spiritual qi. The primordial chaos qi soared high into the sky, and like an azure dragon, it came crashing down. Gu Fei's celestial being Dharma idol was instantly destroyed, revealing his true body. Swoosh! The old tortoise didn't think and directly withdrew his hand. He then broke the void and hid in his inner world just before he was enveloped by the primordial qi. The primordial qi that rolled down directly rolled up Gu Fei and then put him into the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei only felt like he was flying in the clouds. He didn't know where he had flown to. There was no place where he could land. It was as if he was suspended in the void and entered a strange world. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron, which was the size of a small mountain, fell heavily from the sky to the ground. The entire blood-colored ground suddenly undulated violently like waves. Among the blood-colored soil that was turned over, one could see eerie white bones. The ground of the primordial battlefield seemed to be condensed from endless bones and blood. Above the ancient cauldron, the chaotic primordial chi lingered, and tens of thousands of beast souls roared. Then, the spiritual chi in the world began to gather toward the mountain and river cauldron. Even the unpredictable evil force on the primordial battlefield was drawn by the mountain and river cauldron and directly devoured. The dark clouds in the sky and the tens of thousands of blood-colored lightning all converged toward the mouth of the ancient cauldron like rivers flowing into the sea. The mountain and river cauldron was absorbing the spiritual chi of the world from all directions. It seemed to be able to refine all kinds of power. The ancient cauldron was shaking, the earth was shaking, and the sky was shaking. Shrill cries could be heard from time to time on the primordial battlefield, as if there were ghosts crying. In the main hall of the heavenly palace in the old tortoise's inner world, the old tortoise sat high on the throne. The void in front of him was displaying various scenes. He was using the dazzling light technique to observe everything that was happening outside. The scenes that appeared in the void were extremely unstable, as if they were being greatly interfered with. The scenes were distorted from time to time, and there were rays of light flashing. Even so, one could barely see the scenery in the scenes. An ancient cauldron as large as a mountain stood between the heavens and the earth. Spiritual chi visible to the naked eye gathered from all directions and was then channeled into the mouth of the cauldron. Countless beast shadows were roaring, and the chaotic, primordial chi lingered. The void where the ancient cauldron was located seemed to have turned into a chaotic land before the heavens and the earth were created. In the main hall, below the throne, stood Shaoqing with a human body and a dragon head, the fire Qilin surrounded by flames, and the corpse general clone of the old tortoise that was holding a black stick. Gu Fei, it's all up to you now." The old tortoise stared solemnly at the huge cauldron that appeared in the void in front of him. Shaoqing and the Qilin Demon King also stared nervously at the scene in the void without saying a word. No one had expected Gu Fei to be sucked into the mountain and river cauldron. Now, there were only two possibilities. One was that Gu Fei had refined the mountain and river cauldron, and the other was that Gu Fei had been refined by the mountain and river cauldron. Even an ancient mighty figure might not be able to suppress the mountain and river cauldron that had been stimulated with unfathomable power. Now, Gu Fei could only rely on himself. No one could help him. The sky was dark, but the desolate antiquity battlefield in front of them was surging with divine light. Yao, Ji, and the others on the blood-color mountain did not leave. It was not that they did not want to leave, but they did not dare to. Old Shang entered the evil and terrifying region in front of them. They did not have a guide, and it was night time. No one dared to go back at this time. The desolate antiquity region in the far west was full of dangers. If it were not for old Shang leading the way, they would not have been able to get close to the desolate antiquity battlefield. Even with the old man leading the way, 2 of the 9 of them had died on the way. The roars of beasts and ghosts constantly came from the desolate antiquity battlefield in front of them. Everyone felt an oppressive and creepy feeling. They could vaguely see that there seemed to be a huge and evil figure looming in the bloody mist and dark clouds in the desolate antiquity battlefield. Not long after old Shang entered the desolate antiquity battlefield, there was another change in the depths of the battlefield. It seemed that something was gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Above the dark sky in front of them, streams of spiritual chi visible to the naked eye began to appear. The appearance of the spiritual chi added a trace of immortal chi to the dark and terrifying desolate antiquity battlefield. What should we do now? The black-haired, middle-aged cultivator asked Yao Ji. The imitation of the worldly, mysterious yellow pagoda was smashed into scrap metal by the burly man with the black rod, which made the middle-aged man feel extremely pained. That was an important treasure of the Tao sect. It was given to him by an important figure in the sect for self-defense. Now that it was broken by someone, how is he going to explain it to the sect? Thinking of this, the black-haired, middle-aged cultivator's facial muscles twitched a few times. What else can we do? Let's stay on this small mountain for a night first, Yao Ji said indifferently as she stared at the desolate antiquity battlefield in front of her. Her flying sword was broken, which was equivalent to losing half of her Tao foundation. Furthermore, the person who destroyed her flying sword was this middle-aged cultivator. How could she show him a good attitude? The imitation of the worldly, mysterious yellow pagoda was indeed an important treasure of the Tao sect. The trace of worldly, mysterious yellow qi was extremely powerful. Even the flying sword of the Guangqing immortal sect was crushed by it. Thinking about the flying sword that she had refined for nearly 300 years being crushed by the imitation of the worldly, mysterious yellow pagoda, Yao Ji's heart was bleeding. Do you think that old man will be able to return? Another middle-aged cultivator said coldly. Everyone present knew that it would be difficult for old man Shang to come out of the hell-like region before them. However, there was still a glimmer of hope in everyone's heart. They hoped that the old man would be able to come out from that hell and lead everyone out of the ancient savage domain. The middle-aged cultivator's words caused everyone to be startled. This was the truth. Old man Shang would most likely not be able to return. In that case, wouldn't everyone be trapped in the ancient savage domain? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Without old man Shang's lead, it would be difficult for them to leave the ancient savage domain. They would most likely be buried here. The pale-faced, middle-aged cultivator who had been silent all this, while said with a bitter smile, "Ha! Our luck isn't just average. We didn't even see the shadow of the legendary divine spring of life before falling into such a predicament." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The ancient desolate battlefield in the extreme west was a place where death aura gathered on the soaring dragon path. Countless lives had fallen on this bloody land that was covered in dried bones. Even immortals and true demons had fallen here. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many cultivators at the end of their lifespans had entered this land of death and never left. The extreme of death was life. The laws of heaven and earth were very mysterious, and no one could truly understand or control them. Legend has it that in the depths of this land of death, endless death aura gathered and gave birth to a divine spring of life. No one knew when this legend appeared, and no one knew whether it was true or not. However, some cultivators at the end of their lifespans had entered this land of death in search of the divine spring of life. There was such a legend in the cultivation world. There was once an old man at the end of his lifespan. He was so old that his hair and teeth were about to fall out, and he walked into this land of death. A few years later, this old man actually regained his youth and walked out of this terrifying land of death. His cultivation had improved greatly, and he finally passed away after hundreds of years in the cultivation world. Yao Ji and the others had not reached the end of their lifespans. They had taken the risk to enter the ancient, desolate battlefield to search for the divine spring of life, which no one knew existed, in order to extend their lifespans. Due to various reasons, although they knew that they might not be able to return after entering the ancient, desolate battlefield, they still came. Just when everyone was silent, suddenly, a few golden rays of light appeared under the night sky in the east. They broke through the darkness and flew towards the blood-colored mountain like golden rainbows. That is, everyone sensed a few powerful auras coming from the east. Although the auras were extremely powerful, they were so peaceful and serene, making people feel comfortable as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Chapter 470. Whoosh! A golden rainbow streaked across the sky, and the Buddha's light shone. 3 old monks bathed in the auspicious Buddha's light descended from the sky and landed on the blood-colored mountain. Within the Buddha's light, there seemed to be golden lotuses dancing in the air. The 3 old monks emitted a gentle Buddhist aura. Everyone could hear faint Buddhist chants in their ears, as if immortals had descended. Being bathed in the Buddhist aura made people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze. Their hearts were at peace. "Greetings, senior Buddhist faction." Yao, Ji, and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly went forward to greet them. It should be known that they were experts of Buddhist faction. Being able to fly here meant that they were Buddhist Vedanta comparable to peerless experts of the void controlling realm. The 3 old monks nodded slightly. Then one of them walked forward and said, "Why are you all here?" The old monk's voice was incomparably calm and emotionless. "Oh, we are here to find the legendary divine spring of life." Yao Ji didn't hide anything and directly revealed their purpose of entering the ancient savage region. Divine spring of life? When the 3 old monks heard this, a trace of astonishment appeared on their calm faces. An old monk with a red face said, holding a string of red Buddhist beads in his hand, "The divine spring of life is an illusory thing. I advise all of you to leave quickly." That's right. Something big is about to happen in the ancient savage battlefield. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid our lives will be in danger. The old monk, with drooping eyebrows and a miserable expression, looked at the constantly changing astronomical phenomenon in front of him and said such words. "Senior is right, but we can't leave even if we want to," the black-haired, middle-aged man said helplessly. They didn't have the ability to fly, and the ground was filled with all kinds of dangers. "Senior, do you have any way to get us out of here?" Yao Ji asked excitedly. The ancient savage battlefield had already turned into a terrifying region. She really didn't dare to go in to find the divine spring of life. "That's right. Senior, please help us. Senior, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Senior, please save us." Everyone spoke one after another. The 2 young cultivators even began to plead. Everyone wanted to immediately leave this damned place. The ancient savage domain was truly not a place for people to stay. The 3 old monks, surrounded by Buddha's light, looked at each other. Then the old monk with a miserable face said to the crowd, "Meeting is fate. Buddhists pay attention to cause and effect. Junior brothers, let's send these 6 practitioners out. Old senior is merciful. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future." Everyone was overjoyed. They could already tell that the 3 old monks covered in Buddhist light definitely possessed great divine abilities and magic power. If they were to lend a hand, it wouldn't be a problem for them to leave the savage, ancient domain. There's no hurry. Let's talk about what happened in the desolate battlefield first. The old monk with a red face said, "This senior, we did not enter the primordial, desolate battlefield. We do not know what happened either," the black-haired, middle-aged cultivator said. The old monk, who had been silent all this, while glanced in the direction of the primordial battlefield and said, "The strange activity in the primordial battlefield seems to have come from the depths of the battlefield. They might really not know what happened." The other 2 old monks couldn't help but nod. The cultivation of these people was too low. Even if they entered the primordial battlefield, it would be difficult for them to enter the depths. No one knew what was in the depths of the primordial battlefield, because only a few people could come out after entering it. Those who couldn't come out were likely to have encountered unknown dangers and died inside. Even Buddhist Vedanta with great magic power would not be willing to set foot in the depths of the primordial battlefield, where danger lurked everywhere. It was fine during the day, but at night, terrifying evil creatures would come out from the depths of the primordial battlefield. The depths of the primordial battlefield was definitely a land of death, filled with an aura of death. However, right now, the land of death was emitting a blinding divine light. The spiritual chi of the world from all directions was gathering in that land of death. Rays of light visible to the naked eye streaked across the sky and disappeared into the depths of the primordial battlefield. Even the thick aura of death in the depths of the primordial battlefield was dispersed. A starry sky appeared in the dark sky. The primordial ancient battlefield was shrouded in a gloomy mist all year round. Even during the day, the sky was still extremely gloomy. The primordial battlefield, where the aura of death gathered, was filled with a bloody mist and dark clouds. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" The old monk with a red face asked calmly, as if he was talking about something unimportant. "I have to go and take a look." The old monk, with a bitter expression, pondered for a moment before finally saying such words. The power that erupted from the depths of the primordial battlefield could actually shake the Buddhist land of the West. It was related to the safety of the Buddhist land. If they did not go in and see what was happening, they would not be at ease. "Junior brothers, let's work together to set up the void wheel shifting Buddhist formation and send these cultivators away first," the old monk said to the other two. The two old monks nodded and dispersed. They each formed a Buddhist seal with their hands and cast out dazzling golden Buddhist inscriptions. Very quickly, a simple Buddhist formation was imprinted on the blood-red ground. The three old monks were indeed powerful. Without much effort, they easily teleported Yao Ji and the others out of the ancient savage domain through a Buddhist formation. Then, the three old monks no longer hesitated. They soared into the sky and turned into a dazzling Buddhist light, rushing into the primordial battlefield. The Buddhist light dissipated. There seemed to be a golden lotus descending from the sky, accompanied by the sound of Sanskrit. Rumble! In the depths of the primordial battlefield, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. The cauldron automatically absorbed endless spiritual chi and attracted endless starlight. As if a terrifying heavenly beast was awakening, the mountain and river cauldron was not like other treasures. It was perfect and had a complete cauldron soul. It was truly a peerless treasure. When such a treasure awakened, it caused too much of a commotion. Thousands of beast souls roared. The vast and fierce aura they emitted changed the color of heaven and earth. Those beast souls were devouring the spiritual energy, and their faint and incorporeal soul bodies were gradually becoming more and more solid. The place where the mountain and river cauldron was located was originally an evil and terrifying place. Now it was filled with colorful lights and spiritual chi. It was like a land of immortals. Swoosh! An evil creature with disheveled hair suddenly rushed out from the distance. The evil creature directly walked towards the mountain and river cauldron step by step. It seemed like it wanted to take the mountain and river cauldron. However, when it was 100 feet away from the mountain and river cauldron, it was torn apart by a strange beast that looked like a dragon and a snake roar. An angry roar came from the dark clouds in the distant sky. Then, a hand as big as a mountain stretched out from the dark clouds. It emitted an endless evil aura and directly grabbed towards the mountain and river cauldron below. An incomparably powerful evil creature had begun to covet the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently. An endless evil aura gushed out from the big hand. The heaven and earth turned dark green. The big hand unexpectedly covered the sky. It cut off the endless starlight that was sprinkling down from the sky. It displayed a terrifying evil power. Thousands of ancient beast souls circling around the mountain and river cauldron roared in unison. A fierce aura rushed up to the 9 heavens. More than a dozen huge beast shadows rushed up to the sky and collided with the big hand that was descending from the sky. Pum! 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 More than a dozen beast souls exploded under the big hand. The big hand was unstoppable. It shook the heaven and earth. Even the void was shattered. Buzz! The huge cauldron shook. A vermilion bird that emitted endless divine fire rushed out from the body of the cauldron. A terrifying pressure immediately spread out. Countless beast souls retreated. The vermilion bird fully displayed the power of a divine beast. The vermilion bird's divine soul appeared. The fire burned to the 9 heavens. The void was burned to pieces by the vermilion bird's divine fire. Everywhere the vermilion bird passed, the void immediately turned into chaos. The vermilion bird let out a cry. Its voice seemed to spread to the sky and the earth. It was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. The divine bird emitted a monstrous divine fire and directly went to meet the big hand that was enveloping the sky. Boom! The vermilion bird and the evil big hand collided in an instant. The whole heaven and earth seemed to collapse in an instant. A ball of fire exploded and covered a radius of 10 miles. In an instant, the evil big hand was submerged. Rumble! The fire burned the whole heaven and earth. The dark clouds and blood fog in the sky were dispersed. A few terrifying figures emitted endless evil aura and retreated to the distance in a panic. The raging divine fire descended from the sky. The rolling yin chi and blood fog all dissipated under the fire like snow. On the ground, several powerful evil creatures were instantly burned to ashes by the scattered, raging divine fire. The land within a radius of 10 miles was scorched. The vermilion bird and the big hand disappeared in the void at the same time. The extremely powerful evil creature seemed to have suffered a great loss. It roared again and again. It rode the dark clouds and black gas to hide 100 miles away. For a moment, it did not dare to attack again. The divine soul of the beast on the mountain and river cauldron was indestructible. Their life force was imprisoned in the mountain and river cauldron. Unless the mountain and river cauldron was destroyed, the beast soul on the cauldron would not die. Although the divine soul of the vermilion bird had exploded, it would not take long for the divine soul of the vermilion bird to be born again in the mountain and river cauldron. In this world, immortals and gods were extinct. Even if the ancient powerful figures reappeared, they would not be able to destroy the mountain and river cauldron. Moreover, who would be willing to destroy this treasured cauldron? Since ancient times, there were only a few supreme weapons. Some of them were broken. Complete supreme treasures were few and far between. The mountain and river cauldron was one of them. Even the ancient powerful figures would covet a complete mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, 3 beams of golden light suddenly appeared in the east. Then a few terrifying evil figures soared into the sky. They rode the dark clouds and blood fog and rushed toward the 3 beams of golden light. Screams of surprise were heard. The 3 beams of golden light suddenly exploded and turned into countless swastikas. They bombarded the terrifying figures with overwhelming force. In the inner world of the old turtle, above the main hall of the divine palace, the old turtle, Shaoqing, and the Kylan Demon King could see everything that was happening outside through the dazzling light and shadow technique in the void. Chapter 471. The 3 Buddhist Vedanta were intercepted by a few terrifying and evil figures 20 to 30 miles away, unable to approach the mountain and river cauldron. A terrifying figure shrouded in a thick, deathly aura directly attacked the 3 Buddhist Vedanta. Boom! Endless gray, deathly aura exploded from the figure, instantly enveloping the world. The heavy, deathly aura instantly collided with the swastika Buddhist seal that was bombarding in front of them. The swastika Buddhist seal emitted a bright Buddhist light, purifying all the evil aura. It directly broke through the heavy, deathly aura and imprinted itself on the terrifying figure in the deathly aura. The mighty Buddhist power dispersed the evil aura. The Buddhist light illuminated the world. There seemed to be the sound of Sanskrit lingering between heaven and earth, as if there were countless Buddhas reciting scriptures. The 3 Buddhist Vedanta wanted to use the power of Buddhism's compassion to expiate evil creatures and evil spirits, purifying the world. However, the evil creatures and evil spirits in the depths of the desolate battlefield were incomparably powerful. Perhaps even if the real immortals and Buddhas descended, they would not be able to truly expiate them, let alone these 3 Buddhist Vedanta who had yet to attain immortality. Roar! An angry roar came from the deathly aura. Then, in the endless, deathly aura, there seemed to be thousands of ghosts and evil spirits moving about. Countless illusory figures were faintly discernible. The deathly aura surged and tumbled, and the deathly aura became unprecedentedly powerful. It was as if there were countless figures rushing forward one after another towards the swastika Buddhist seal in the deathly aura. Wherever the swastika Buddhist seal passed, there seemed to be countless illusory figures dissipating. However, the extremely evil and terrifying deathly aura eroded the mighty Buddhist power on the swastika Buddhist seal. The countless swastika Buddhist seals that broke through the deathly aura dimmed and were finally obliterated by the endless deathly aura. The power of Buddhism was the nemesis of evil. However, if the evil power was stronger than the power of Buddhism, the evil power would instead become the nemesis of the power of Buddhism. It was obvious that the 3 Buddhist Vedanta did not have the slightest upper hand. After obliterating the countless swastika Buddha seals, the tumbling and turbulent deathly aura condensed into a giant gray claw that emitted endless deathly aura. It directly grabbed at the 3 Buddhist Vedanta, causing the world to tremble violently. Retreat! When the old monk saw this, he couldn't help but be moved and quickly shouted. The evil beings in the death chi were too powerful. Shwa! Swoosh! Swoosh! The 3 beams of golden Buddhist light broke through the ghosts and the blood mist and flew back the way they came. The giant hand condensed from endless death chi chased after them like a meteor chasing after the moon. At this time, the other 2 powerful figures shrouded in evil chi and Ian Fog also made their move. Countless skulls flew from all directions, forming a huge skull the size of a hill, and then directly collided with the 3 golden lights. Rumble! The white skull, which was as big as a mountain, was moving at a high speed. The whole sky was shaking, and it emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate. The 3 Buddhist Vedanta's escape light was immediately intercepted by the terrifying skull that rushed out from the side. As for the other powerful evil being hidden in the Ian Fog, it directly displayed its unparalleled ferocity. Its body soared to thousands of feet and turned into a giant. It quickly rushed over from a distance and reached out to grab the 3 fleeing Buddhist lights. The earth trembled under its feet. Endless Ian Fog shrouded the world, and the evil aura filled every inch of the void. Suddenly, the world was filled with the sound of ghosts, and the Ian Chi was vast and mighty. When the 3 terrifying evil beings and evil spirits attacked together, even the Buddhist Vedanta's expression would change. The evil beings and evil spirits that dared to peep at the mountain and river cauldron were all extremely powerful and terrifying existences. Although the 3 Buddhist Vedanta were profound in the Buddhist Dharma, it was difficult for them to resist. Moreover, this was only the powerful evil beings on the ground attacking the 3 Buddhist Vedanta. In the distant sky, dark clouds rolled and blood-colored lightning raged. The powerful evil beings and evil spirits were still watching. If these evil beings and evil spirits also attacked the 3 Buddhist Vedantas, then there would only be one outcome for the 3 Buddhist Vedantas, and that was death. At the critical moment, a purple gold alms bowl suddenly appeared in the sky above the 3 Buddhist Vedanta. It emitted a brilliant Buddha light and suddenly became as big as a mountain, covering the 3 Buddhist Vedanta under the purple gold alms bowl. Boom! 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 The attacks of the 3 terrifying evil beings landed on the purple gold alms bowl, causing the mountain-like purple gold alms bowl to shake violently. The huge skeleton formed by countless skulls exploded, revealing a hazy figure with soaring evil aura inside. As for the giant hand of death that came from behind, it only hit the purple gold alms bowl, causing the Buddhist light on the alms bowl to flicker chaotically. It was unable to blast the purple gold alms bowl away. The evil being that had transformed into the Dharma idol of heaven and earth waved its fist the size of a small mountain and constantly bombarded the purple gold alms bowl. However, it was still unable to break the purple gold alms bowl and kill the 3 Buddhist Vedanta inside. The 3 terrifying evil beings were all roaring. Their mournful roars shook the heavens and the earth. The terrifying figure, shrouded in the aura of death, directly spewed out deathly white flames towards the purple gold alms bowl. It wanted to refine this purple gold alms bowl. At this time, the old ghost, who was hiding in the inner world, saw the purple gold alms bowl that had trapped the 3 monks. Its turtle eyes immediately widened, and it almost jumped out of its throne. That evil little monk. The old turtle gnashed its teeth and directly rushed out of the heavenly palace. Then it tore through the void and rushed out of the inner world. The purple gold alms bowl that had enveloped the 3 Buddhist Vedanta suddenly rose into the sky and flew toward the east. The 3 evil figures did not chase after it. Instead, they retreated into the depths of the desolate battlefield. The powerful evil beings and evil spirits seemed to be unable to leave the depths of the desolate battlefield. They actually allowed the purple gold alms bowl to capture the 3 Buddhist Vedanta. Roar! Evil little monk, get out here. Just as the purple gold alms bowl flew away, a terrifying figure with towering demonic chi roared and rushed out from the depths of the desolate battlefield. Its pair of divine eyes emitted a frightening divine light as it constantly scanned the surroundings. The old turtle's eyes turned red, and it roared again and again. The evil being surging with the death chi once again walked out of the yin chi and blood mist. It recklessly pressed toward the old turtle within the thick death chi. There seemed to be tens of thousands of ghosts struggling and howling. The rolling gray death chi constantly transformed into faint and illusory figures. It was extremely evil. Scram! In a rage, the old turtle directly slapped the hazy figure shrouded in the death chi away and fell into the rolling yin chi and blood mist. Roar! The powerful evil being roared. The old turtle no longer paid attention to the evil being. He seemed to have sensed something and soared into the sky. He directly rushed toward the east and disappeared under the pitch-black night sky. After the old turtle left, the depths of the desolate battlefield were still in chaos. Thousands of beast souls were roaring, and the mountain and river cauldron was gathering the essence of heaven and earth. From time to time, powerful and terrifying evil beings appeared near the mountain and river cauldron. The mighty aura emanating from the mountain and river cauldron became more and more powerful. The primordial chaos chi was completely stimulated. The terrifying aura that seemed to come from the desolate world deterred all the evil beings and evil spirits. Although terrifying evil beings and evil spirits that were comparable to immortals and gods appeared from time to time, no evil spirits or evil beings dared to take the mountain and river cauldron. Even the terrifying evil beings that were comparable to ancient almighties were watching, as if they had some misgivings. Gu Fei, who had been swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron, did not know where he was at this moment. He seemed to have entered a strange void, and it also seemed like he was surrounded by a mass of warm gas. An extremely powerful soul fluctuated around him. It seemed to be probing, but it didn't enter Gu Fei's body. This soul fluctuation was too powerful. It made Gu Fei feel as if he was facing a vast world. He felt that he was as small as an ant. This soul fluctuation was like that of a newborn baby. There was not a trace of distracting thoughts, and it had the heart of a newborn. Who are you? Gu Fei carefully probed with his divine sense and sent this message to the powerful soul. This was a direct spiritual communication. The other party did not respond, but Gu Fei already understood that he had been swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. That incomparably powerful soul should be the cauldron's soul. At this moment, he could no longer feel the divine sense that had entered the mountain and river cauldron. It seemed that the divine sense had been swallowed and refined by the cauldron soul. After an unknown amount of time, the calm soul fluctuations seemed to stop probing and began to slowly seep into Gu Fei's body. Then it gathered at the Naiwen Palace between his eyebrows. The Naiwen Palace was the location of a human cultivator's life soul. It was mysterious and unfathomable. It nurtured the divine sense and the source of life. Unless it was a powerful cultivator who had cultivated the soul separation technique, if the Naiwen Palace was broken, the only result would be the destruction of the soul. Hiss! Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This sudden change scared him out of his wits. He wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength to do so. In front of this powerful soul, he was as weak as an ant. However, he could clearly feel the powerful divine sense penetrating through his flesh and bones and gathering at his head. Swoosh! A purple flame appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It flickered like a small ball of purple divine fire. As if it was stimulated by the outside world, Gu Fei's soul also reacted. However, the mountain and river cauldron's soul was too powerful. It directly penetrated the purple divine fire and entered the mysterious Naiwen Palace. Gu Fei was like a puppet controlled by the cauldron soul. He seemed to have become a bystander, watching his body being occupied and taken away. He wanted to shout, but he could not. He wanted to vent his anger, but he found that he could not even move a finger. What shocked Gu Fei the most was that the mountain and river cauldron's soul directly broke through the primal chaos and entered his inner world. Then the entire inner world began to shake violently, as if it was returning to the primal chaos. How could this be? Gu Fei felt danger. He was in big trouble. His inner world was formed by the chaotic origin embryo in the mountain and river cauldron. Could it be that the cauldron's soul wanted to take back this small inner world? Rumble! In Gu Fei's inner world, the ground was cracking. Spatial cracks appeared in the void, and the primal chaos aura seeped out from the cracks. A part of the world was collapsing. Roar! Gu Fei roared in his heart. He was about to go crazy. His spirit was greatly shaken, as if a part of it was about to be split apart. The inner world was his second source of power. It had already merged with his own power. Gu Fei had been refining the inner world with his spirit day and night. It could be said that this part of the inner world had been branded with his spirit, which was equivalent to a part of his body. Now, this small inner world was about to collapse. Gu Fei also suffered a great impact. Blood seeped out from all the pores on his body. He looked extremely ferocious, as if his body was about to be torn apart. He was in a great crisis. The inner world continued to collapse. Bits of world yuan qi began to flash in Gu Fei's inner world, and then converged at the center of the inner world. A faint and illusory, chaotic sphere gradually emerged. Mountains, rivers, forests, lakes, stars, wind, fire, clouds, rain, and even birds and beasts were constantly changing above the fist-sized chaotic sphere. At this time, Gu Fei no longer had any doubts. The cauldron of mountain and river cauldron's soul really wanted to shatter a small inner world and condense a chaotic, nascent embryo. No, Gu Fei roared, but there was nothing he could do. The heaven and earth were collapsing, and the inner world was rapidly shrinking. Endless world energy drifted out from the collapsing heaven and earth, converging towards the primal chaos sphere floating in the center of the small heaven and earth. The chaotic sphere that was constantly changing everything in the inner world began to solidify. It actually showed signs of materialization. Just as Gu Fei was about to despair, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from his heart. Then a figure rushed out from his heart and appeared in front of him. This is... Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This figure was faint and illusory. It seemed to be a soul, but it was definitely not in existence like a soul. Although it was a figure that could dissipate at any time, it was like the reincarnation of a king. The faint figure had the great Tao hidden within it. It had existed since ancient times and displayed a supreme Tao charm. There was no fluctuation of power, nor was there any remnant of divine sense. But this invisible great Tao was even more terrifying. It was simply unstoppable. Gu Fei knew that this hazy figure in front of him, with a supreme Tao charm, was a manifestation of the supreme, great Tao imprint in his heart. As soon as the imprint of the great Tao appeared, the cauldron of mountain and river cauldrons' soul actually panicked. Endless soul power immediately retreated from Gu Fei's Naiwen palace like a tide, wanting to leave Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's crumbling inner world also stopped its destruction. Boom!